Let me look at my notebook.
Mm-hmm.
We did some walking around. We found some things. I wrote "Am I Faye Marshall" in all caps. Couldn't tell you why.
That's
what you were called was, or that's the title you were called by, what's his name? Your giant rival.
Oh yes. Okay. Yeah, we met that guy, but
that's where we
there was
ended.
golden blood in the fireplace. There's a big surprise for the Lantern Festival. It's for Ivy, and apparently it's taken 5 years to do.
When it should have taken 10.
When it should have taken 10. So,
Yep.
there's some animatronics, there's going to be a statue, a Jabberwock. I'm pretty sure I spelled that right.
A flying thing. It was, what was it?
Dirigible. Dirigible, yep. Can't read, apparently.
Can't read your own writing.
I didn't take a lot of notes this last session. I wrote, Ingrid's Intrigues opens at 10 p.m.? Open to 10 p.m. It opens at 6. And then I wrote, Am I Faye Marshall / Bellows is flirty. So that was what was important to me.
Mm-hmm.
So, Bellows is flirty ? Am I Faye Marshall ? And those are my notes.
Mm.
But yeah, we just did a lot. We basically just, did some searching, found some things, passed around. I think we fought those little bug things.
Yes, the little pixies.
Yeah, that's what we did. I was like, something took up a lot of time, a chunk of time, and I never write notes when there's a battle.
So we started the session off fighting the pixies, and then after that, we went to the next day, I think, and that's when we went back to the well, and we opened up the door, the secret passage, went inside of it. No one else seemed to notice it or care, and we found these little crystals.
That was the day before the
Pixie
thing.
Oh, was that the day before?
Yep.
Oh shit! I thought that
we only went to the Pixies
I thought we just
because
met him, and then that was the Fae.
No, we went to the Pixies because we were like, oh, what? There's nothing here. Everything feels oddly undead. And so we went to this bar where he kind of hung out, and we found a weird home.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we did a lot of investigating.
Yeah. I'm trying my hardest to remember what the hell happened last session.
That was, so we did the pixie thing. We found the plans. There was conversations at the brothel, and Akir doing his thing. We were in the middle of talking to that woman, the orcish woman.
Right, and Quill also got robbed, and
Yep.
Gallon
and you're in the middle of that.
That's
where you ran into Callum, was it?
Yep, Callum.
And we ended the session getting ready to talk to the orcish woman from the brothel, and
Callum wants to go talk to Winfrey.
Yep.
Olsen.
I was like, why does that feel wrong?
We're all Fae Marshals here. I have so many Fae Marshals up in
here. You know what? That's not even on me.
That's on me.
Time.
Mm-hmm.
My brain said you can fit so many Fae Marshals in this bad boy.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do you guys remember what the orcish woman's name was?
It was
started with an M, I think. No, that's
I don't know.
Special an extra inspiration if you tell me what her name is.
Go Winfrey.
Why? Why would her name be Winfrey? No, you're the one who brought her here. What's her name?
I don't know. I haven't been able to find my notebook for a while, so I've been writing them as sticky notes. And I found a sticky note here that says meaning HP 1. So I don't think that's right.
No. No, it is not.
Zombies rolled a 14. I don't know. Some words in Arabic. Fuck.
Fun.
I had to write down what a salam was, okay?
Oh, yeah, I know what that is.
Oh, hey, I found a notebook on the ground. Nope, just some monsters added to my game.
Nope, that's not it. Is this the Grail? Jesus.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say her name is. Does it start with an M?
Nope.
I need to get myself a memo book.
I feel like it started with an I.
It starts with a.
Why should it be on my goddamn sheet and just...
Probably.
Starts with a what?
Starts with a D.
Nope, the absolute only thing I have is my ally is Sork. That's the only thing I have.
It wasn't something I really paid attention to because Francis wasn't interested.
And my treasure, I have a pamphlet for Blink's Harbor, so there's that.
Blink's Harbor, yeah.
God, what is her name?
Margaret Thatcher. I don't know.
Well, that would be a wild. Margaret Thatcher just shows up.
There.
I'm gonna go with Dahlia. I know it's not the name, but that's the name I'm giving her.
Okay. Strike for you. Gallon?
The Dahlia murder? Did I throw it away when I was getting all my shit moved up?
I understand how Akir doesn't know he brought this woman here.
She didn't introduce herself until the session ended. We're about to, all of us are about to head upstairs to her room.
Wait! Is it Dosma?
Hey, you get the extra inspiration.
Did you scroll
fucking
up?
go!
Did you scroll up and find it?
You're goddamn right, I did.
I was a wonder.
It took so long.
God damn it! I'm
Use the tools at your disposal.
God damn it! I'm gonna get myself a flip book so I can actually take proper notes.
Yeah, you do that.
You do that.
Because all I found was the fact I wanted to add draconians to my map.
Oh, balls, man.
And I found an old hamburger.
What?
How do you spell Dalsma?
It is DALZ 'MA.
Close with Dahlia. That was close.
Honestly?
Yeah, Dahlia is Provek's aunt.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I knew it was floating around there for some reason.
You got intimidated.
so
It's okay.
I had other things on my mind.
Uh-huh.
Holson was thinking about other things.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I told you, hey, I'm bringing the lady to the house, and you're like, why would he do that? I can't talk to girls.
True. She was like, well, I don't know what you want to do with this.
I brought her to you specifically so you could ask questions.
I can't ask questions because I can't talk to people. Specifically women.
Yep. So
you're about to see me horrifically butcher this.
Listen, she recognized the same pattern we recognize. Apparently, Belle could have shipped it at her 30 HP.
Yeah, why does she have 30 HP?
reasons.
Reasons.
She twisted her
That
ankle
one
in the
shot was
shower.
fun.
Oh, right!
One shot was fun.
That's what we did last time.
That's what took up all our memory slots.
What was it? Triceratosaurus?
Triceratosaurus.
Fuck
Yeah.
that thing.
That
thing hit.
Yeah, that thing hurt.
Oh man, I felt those.
What'd you say?
I forgot I missed a week.
I'm glad I left when I did.
Bro, that dude Akir there would have made it a lot easier, but
I only had one inspiration left.
It didn't matter.
We needed the magic damage. The thing had resistance to a shit ton of stuff.
Thank God Gallon's a monster slayer, man.
And even then,
even then, it was still bad.
found a bunch of... Oh, what is this? Inhalers.
That fight was super close.
Her HP is 58.
Oh, right. My HP is... Oh, it's already set back to normal.
Chances are these inhalers might not be good anymore, because it says store at a minimum of 68 on my... I get my house at a crisp 55.
I don't trust that burger.
I'm not going to eat it.
Yeah, I don't trust that either.
I mean...
I don't know how long it's been there.
Well, good for you, man.
I found weight loss supplement pills. Hydroxycut.
Oh, interesting.
An
Get your way away.
an appetite suppressor, because for God's sake I can't control mine. I can't continue sitting down and eating whole chickens in one setting.
Yeah, no.
You shouldn't have been doing that from the beginning.
I don't want the chicken to go bad, so I'm going to eat it.
You have a fridge, right?
Oh, what if I don't want to use my fridge?
You gotta use it.
Nah, I'd just rather eat the chicken now. Don't have to deal with it later.
You either gotta use your fridge or make things that are serving sized.
Wild.
Okay, you know what? I'll start eating half a chicken.
It's an improvement.
Step.
An improvement.
I'm gonna eat chicken leg.
Listen, honestly,
leg,
that's
thigh.
It's probably a decent way to do it. Baby steps, man.
Listen, a leg, a side, a breast, and a wing. That's not a lot of food.
Depends on the type of chicken. If it's a Cornish hen, then no. If it's a regular ass fucking like grown ass chicken, then yeah.
That's a lot of meat. I can't eat that much meat.
Listen, last Thanksgiving I ate a whole turkey. Okay.
And we're done.
I like food. I like poultry specifically.
I have questions.
I have questions too. But...
Finish the turkey.
What's up?
Did you stay awake to finish the turkey?
No, I ate in about 30 minutes.
What the
You're just sleeping.
Are you Matt Stoney?
No, there was a turkey in front of me. I didn't want to put it in my fridge. I was like, fuck it. Eat, watch TV, eat.
Jesus Lord.
Did you not fucking
burp? I took a good ass nap afterwards.
I bet.
Yeah. All that turkey naps.
Turkey naps are great, man. Almost as good as the pass out due to COVID nap. That was a great one.
Fucking turkey fucking coma.
16 hours later.
Oh no, I was passed out for 2 minutes and I woke up feeling like I had a full night's sleep. I was like, wow, I feel great. How did I pass out willingly? Wilson, any ideas?
Pass out willingly?
Yeah.
You could hit your head real hard.
I would recommend it.
But I don't want the brain damage.
You might get a concussion, but you will be out.
I have an iron deficiency.
Have an iron did this sound like a soda who has an iron deficiency?
Stand up real fast.
Stand up real fast.
I eat whole slabs of meat. Does it sound like I have an iron deficiency?
No.
But it's very common in women, and I get a little dizzy every once in a while. I stand up a little too fast, and I'm like, whoo.
Honestly,
I'll stand up a little too fast when I'm having a nosebleed, and that's fun.
Honestly, it's just the fact it's poultry. I have a big weakness for poultry.
We spent too much time on this topic.
If it was something like salmon or ham, whatever.
So, the game!
The game, does it have poultry in it?
Yes.
God, I could go for some chicken right now.
I had a whole ass fucking, Titanic duck.
Can I eat it?
Yeah.
You could, if you kill it.
But, currently it's still in Deimos.
I like to think it's the mascot of Deimos.
You gotta kill that duck.
12 years later.
Travik never went to take care of that?
No, apparently.
I'm assuming they did, but he never stopped growing.
It stopped growing.
It's like a chicken hydra. It's like a chicken hydra. It cut off a wing, and then the wing grew into another chicken, and the old chicken grew back to the wing. Oh, great!
To think that you could see it from a distance, if you look real hard, you could see the duck.
Oh, that's a nice duck in a pond. Wait, is that the ocean?
Quack.
Wah.
We're getting pretty low, like in an airship. No, we're not. Oh.
Oh no!
Should get higher.
Is that a chicken? No, it's not.
And the only fucking thing that like satiates it is fucking Trovex cooking.
There's fucking Trovex running in the back of it. Got reins on. Like, go together.
It's what he has a traveling kitchen, and the kitchen is the duck. Like, he just built his kitchen on the duck.
My god!
How's this topic better than ways to cook chicken?
Because it's
TV related.
I'm just saying.
related.
That is one of the best ideas I've ever heard, actually.
I have one good idea every 3 years, and that's the one I came up with.
That was it. Right there. It was.
I don't expect anything else.
Can that please be a thing?
Yeah, fucking
roll me a d20.
Fucking Madam What's Her Face is following us up. We're just talking about this.
I don't know what I need to roll, but I'll use the inspiration.
That's you need an 8.
I need an 8?
You needed an 8.
Oh, okay, cool. So I got it.
Because your fucking ridiculous like skills.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, I'm so happy. That's so amazing.
The duck's name's Philip.
Is that the name it chose, or is that the name it was given?
We will never know. Nobody really knows where Philip came from.
It just kind of became Philip, you know?
And it's not with like a fucking PH either. It's with a F.
Oh, that's worse.
Yep.
How do we know it's an F when it doesn't know how to spell? Question mark?
The sign just said what happened.
Sign has an F.
Sign has an F. All right. So, Miss Zalma just finished explaining to you like certain aspects of the town getting shittier, getting worse, people missing, crime rate increasing, people coming to the town, and some things are just going wrong. And to her, it feels like a setup. Or like convenient? Excuse me. But that is her take on it.
Colson, any questions?
No, not really.
We're here for your thing. She didn't want to help us find your friend.
So Francis being there, he'll be like, I just have a quick one. Did anyone come into town recently who had a particular interest in a one Richard Stein in town? Did you guys?
No, I'm rolling for something.
I'm gonna roll for her to help.
Yes, there is mention of Mr. Stein. But it's... it was brought upon a conversation between the owner of the Blinking Harbor and a gentleman in black.
Do you know what was discussed?
I only heard a slight bit of the conversation.
So the owner of the, what was it again? The Shining Harbor?
The Blinking Harbor.
Oh, Blinking Harbor. Why did I get Shining from? The Blinking Harbor, and he'd be like, all right. Do you? I'll see if I can't stop by there when I start for my search for the day.
I do have a question about the gentleman in black. Does he have any other distinguishing features?
It was a elvish man, from what I saw.
Older, younger?
Youngish. His
Okay.
eyes were that of violet.
Francis is taking notes.
Like this elvish? And she'll gesture to herself, or more pale?
Pale. Almost glistening porcelain type skin. Very dashing.
How long ago was this?
Right around the time that things started to get strange.
Alrighty then. Yeah. Violet eyes, porcelain skin, dashing. Talk to the owner of the. Alrighty then.
He wore the ring.
Being like of somebody who knows a little bit about Fae generally, if they're in like a human form, like maybe they've shifted or something, well, I use human loosely, but if they're in a form that is not Fae,
like a humanoid form?
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Would they have any distinguishing features, like eyes, like things that would, if you had a trained eye, you could tell?
Roll me history.
Okay.
With advantage.
Oh, okay. 13.
Is very, very dependent on what they're going for. A lot of Fae choose the same forms every time. They have a pattern, but not every one of them gets everything correct for a humanoid form. Now, take that information as you will, because I can't really, with that roll, I can't really point out.
Now I'll just ask her. I had I have another question. Were you close enough to see them personally, or did you see them from afar?
They were about 10 feet away.
Did anything look off? Like it wasn't supposed to be there?
Okay, that will be a history check on her behalf at disadvantage.
Also, she's smarter than me.
Nothing that I could tell. It just looked like a normal Elvish man.
Okay.
Thin.
Have you seen him again since then?
Only coming and going. Twice.
When's the most recent?
A week ago. Asked for the owner to see how their progress was going. For what, I do not know.
The owner of the
Blinking Harbor. Who is also the person running for mayor.
I'll hand Francis and Holston the business card he gave me, so you guys can see it's like his full name and everything.
So this person communicated with this elf with violet or purple eyes.
Yes, the violet eyes. Yes.
All right.
Here.
Does Sivnu have?
Hmm?
When she's in her form? What color eyes does Sivnu have when she's in her form?
So it's right there. She is like yellowish green.
Same as your old friend Gwilly.
Interesting. Okay. Do you know when there's a time that the owner is not too busy?
Well, he does have to rest later at night. So his mornings are chock full of meeting with constituents now and other businesses, people all around the city.
We could try to go over there later tonight if we want.
Personally, I intend to try and go later on today. Sooner the better. I need to follow up on this, see if we can't figure out where this elf is.
They don't want to be too
so
forward about it.
They had a what is it called? A unique looking ring. One of my girls mentioned.
Okay. What did it look like?
It was a very dark, either metal or like some sort of crystal, with a red background, with a wing and a sword.
Wing and sword. All right.
Interesting. Does that sound familiar to me?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
It sounds like something very familiar to one of your former party members' rings.
Uh-huh. That's what I'm thinking.
Yes.
And she's Holton will look at her. I need a picture of a former party member. Dead. Just Ambic. Okay. Personally, Galen, can you please describe Zeno to me?
Hmm?
Can you describe Zeno to me? Just like, I know he's really pale. What color hair does he have?
It's white. Oh well, it's silverish white.
What color eyes does he have?
Blue, like very crystal blue.
Okay. She'll turn to Dulsama and just. What kind of head did this elf have?
I seem to be black, but with a little bit of a white undertone.
Interesting. Interesting. I think I know. Sure, we'll come over later today. Kind of check it out. See if we can't talk to this mayor candidate. Francis, do you have anything else you would like to ask?
No, none that I could think of. The only thing I could think of is, what were some habits that you know this Richard Stein had other than just going to taverns? That's how much we got so far.
I do not know this. And also, his name wasn't Richard Stein. It was Robert.
Robert.
Yeah.
Why was I saying Richard?
Full on your dad's name.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Robert. Robert Stein. Yeah. Backtracking, Robert Stein.
Yeah.
I got the R's mixed up in my head for a different name. Robert Stein, thank you.
I've never met Robert Stein. I don't know of him. I just heard the name.
All right, so you've never seen a really... Never mind, don't worry about it. I'm pretty sure you would have recognized him if you saw him, if you knew him.
Maybe.
Yeah, he's actually really hard to miss now that I think about it. Or really hard to catch now that I think about it. Either way, thank you for your time. I'm gonna see if I can't follow up on any of this. I'm just kind of waiting for, having a moment with the team.
I will take my leave then.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your patronage.
I give her a polite nod as she excuses herself.
She gives you a nod and goes out into the day.
Well, that's interesting. Or once she's gone. Well, that makes for an interesting set of new information. So, what are we wanting to do?
So we're alone now?
Yes. You are just the group. Minus
Gallon
and Quill.
Yeah, she'll lean forward and just... I think that ring is awfully similar to Zeno's.
Mm-hmm. It's either him or someone he used to work with.
I mean, if it's him, I don't know. Or somebody wearing their skin, or... Zeno can't grant wishes.
Yeah, there's not a lot to go off of. If you remember, what was that fawn's name again?
Gambit.
If you remember, Gambit had the same ring. So
yes, but he's not.
Not now.
So they might be a blood hunter, but interesting. I would love to find out, because it would kind of make sense. What's all happening?
Well, first, what I want to figure out is what the conversations that were had between the owner of the two different taverns and this dwarvish fellow. He's dwarvish, right?
He's elvish. Oh, yeah. The other guy's dwarvish.
The guy that from the card.
Yes.
Yeah, he's dwarf.
Yep. It looks like it. I want to see what kind of conversations they had with this elf and see how much they knew about Robert.
Well, you can't be full out, though. You can't be full out, though. Like, you can't just be like, so, I heard you're having conversations with an elf, or I heard you know some things about Robert. I'm gonna have to charm him a little bit. He's running for office.
That's why I'm going to give him the decency of having a conversation, hopefully not too close to any public personages. Either way, that being said, we need to get this done ASAP. Personally, at the moment, I'm just trying to see if I can't figure out where I can find Robert, and if I can find Robert, I can find this controller that could become a problem if we can't find it soon enough. We have literally a day.
Do we want to go to the clock tower today?
I'd like to maybe spend some time to investigate it, yeah.
In case you forgot,
we can go there.
Also, you and Gallin were going to head out of town to talk to your god. You need living, uncorrupted tree.
Yes, yes. I am also a good investigator, so... Can you investigate without me?
Let's see. Me, Akir, and Bellows could probably handle just about anything we run into if we need to deal with anything. But between the three of us, we should be able to handle it.
Okay.
So that leaves you, Gallon, and Quill. Quill can go off and do this tree thing of yours. Hopefully it doesn't take too long.
Also, it's going to take me At least half a day. It's half a day's travel out, right?
And back is a whole day.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna take me a whole day. How this? How about this? I know personally that Will is pretty fucking smart. What if investigations +5? What if I send you Quill with you, and that way you have at least somebody else who's proficient in investigation with you.
My concern isn't so much the investigation part. I'm pretty capable of by my own self. It's more a matter of knowing that there is a mechanical Jabberwock inside that clock tower, and I'm pretty sure it's there. And whoever has this remote will stick it on us.
Is this? There's not enough time to do everything.
There isn't, and that's why we have to try and manage it best we can.
What if I don't go out of town?
I believe this to be a mistake. We need your leader's opinion on what has happened, so they can guide you towards the proper path. If anyone knows what's happening here, it would be her, yes?
You have technically 1 day and 18 hours until Founders Day.
1 day and 18 hours. So, okay.
And then when you get back, you're going to have to rest for at least 4, so that's a day and 4 hours gone.
Well, her being an elf, she doesn't need sleep. As long as she doesn't, as long as she's riding on Galen's mount, she shouldn't be wasting any energy and waste exhaustion. Us, on the other hand, we're gonna need to rest.
Yeah.
Guess when Galen gets back, I'll head out then. But
What?
yes. I don't know. There's just not enough time to do everything.
There's never enough time, but we're trying to do the best we can with what we know and what we have. You never know. Going out could be the one thing we need the most to solve this sooner rather than later. There's also the chance that she sent you here for a reason because she doesn't know.
I don't think she does know. That's why she sent me here. She sent me here to find out what's going on.
Then should you not tell her what's going on?
Maybe she can deduce something with the clues we've discovered already, with the fungus, this Callum fellow, so on and so forth. Maybe if you told her everything we know, she could probably tell you a theory, and I'm pretty sure her theory would be the best one out of all of ours. Best guess out of all of ours.
But I still have to wait for Galen to get back, so
hopefully he gets back soon then. But
I will look at my imaginary watch that doesn't exist. And
I use presentation. I use presentation to summon an actual pocket watch because you can summon a trinket for 6 seconds.
You're very clever.
Yep. What time is?
She'll be a little shocked. She'll be like, "Oh shit!
Oh shit!"
No, it summons an actual working trinket for one turn. So for 6 seconds, what time does it say it is?
It's 11.
I show it to you.
I'll look to
1 day, 18 hours. What time would it be?
Oh, I don't know. That's
18 hours from now would be good. 12 hours from now would also be 11. So then 6 hours from 12, 6 hours from 11 would be 5 a.m.
But while we wait for Galen, While we wait for Gallon, I am just gonna go up to Bellows.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's this intrigue shop down the road. Do you want to go while we wait?
It seems good to
Because
me.
I won't really see you today.
Yes, it
So
seems fine to me. More things we hit, more clues we get, right? Am I right?
I know if it's going to provide a clue, but it's interesting, so I'd love to.
If I had known we were getting a short rest,
Okay.
if I had known we were gonna get time for a short rest, I thought we were gonna leave immediately. I would have used a lot of my inspirations during that conversation.
Oh, it would have been amazing.
Yeah.
Oh well.
I would understand why I feel like somebody's been body snatched.
Oh well, I'll just give
I
you.
feel like somebody's been body snatched.
Seeing as we're about to take a short rest, I'll give you and Bellis an inspiration on your time out. So you got 10 minutes to do whatever.
I'm just going to the store.
I know, but in case you need to make a check of any
haggle quickly.
Yeah, in case you need to make a check of any kind, there you go.
So just above board, are we doing the Francis Akira Bellows to the clock tower?
We'll probably do them for. We'll probably do. Oh yeah, at the end of it. Yeah, you, me, you, me, and Bellows. Possibly Quill if he wants to go. We'll give him an option.
Yeah, I mean he's just very investigative, and I don't really need him at the forest.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to have an extra spellcaster.
He's our little pal.
But no, I'll let Gallon and Quill do their little weird thing, and then I'll go to the store with Bellows. But I'll let Gallon and Quill do their thing really quickly. Mostly because I gotta get up and get something to drink.
Yeah. I can hear your voice cracked.
I am thirsty.
Yeah, go get yourself some drink. Meanwhile, Gallon, you are currently in front of Callum with Quill.
And what was the last thing he said to me?
I think I should probably talk to your Fey Marshal, I think is the term.
Fey Marshal?
Yes.
How do you know about her?
How to explain? A feeling. A sense. A chance of fate. No. I guess the best way to describe it is that I saw her.
You saw her?
Yes. I saw all of you.
When?
Before we met. Didn't know what it meant by. But saw you anyways.
Where?
In visions.
Visions?
Yep.
You have visions?
Yes.
You know what? I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you have any intention of harming us?
It depends on your purpose. If you don't seem to be the cause for this eruption.
No. We're here to fix that.
I'm hoping that we can be friends. Can we be friends, Gallon?
Maybe we can, Callum.
Well, that's nice.
Alright, Quill. It seems like we're gonna have to go back.
Are you looking for something?
His staff was stolen. He was sleeping. It was personal.
Oh. That's unfortunate. Maybe I can help. A test, maybe. Earning trust.
Yeah, no. I'm listening.
Can I have... words? Can you describe the thing for me?
Quill? Go ahead.
It's a little finch staff. The bird on the end, and reddish wood, and he describes the staff.
Is there any like message from his mom on it?
Yes, there is.
What's it say?
It says, "Fly high, learn much."
Adorable.
Yeah, it's cute.
Quill, yeah. Quill's gonna be my little pal. I'm adopting him.
And Callum just right in the middle of the street, like crisscross applesauces, and puts a map down.
Huh. Yeah.
Starts pulling things out.
Watch.
All right. So let us see what this is gonna do. To is starts taking a little bit of a crystal on the end of a string, and then begins saying something over and over again.
Do I know the language?
Do you speak Sylvan or Giant?
Yes, I speak Giant.
So the base of this little chant is basically words of power, locate divine, narrow arrow, ground sky. Basically, they're trying to divine where this thing may be.
Okay. Cool.
I get to roll. Okay. Oh, somebody dropped. Francis. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I just got
I've been
back.
trying to fix my Discord. It won't let me mute.
Yeah, that's
what I've been doing.
I just got back. I was giving my dad something. Says at a time because we're doing something else.
Just Callum is doing a ritual.
Come back as dead silent.
Well, yeah.
And the crystal actually goes in a direction relatively near your current location on the map.
Huh.
I think I found it.
Well, let's go find out.
Follow me. And they just get up and start walking a direction.
Galen will pull his sword out and have it resting over his shoulder.
So, as you go in direction, not super far from the current area, leads you into what seems to be a alley with a large, like, open sewer grate, like covered in muck and oil.
Uh-huh. Ugh.
Mm.
Well, all right.
Callum basically sniffs it.
Well,
Cretans.
what did you say?
They said Cretans.
Cretans. I will also sniff.
Roll me a perception. Okay. It does smell like that oily substance that was in Quill's room, mixed with that fungus.
Well,
down we go.
Yep.
Just Callum just drops down.
All right, I'll drop down too.
Mm-hmm.
I'll stand there waiting for Quill. If you wanna just catch you. Oh wait, you can fly. Never mind.
Yeah. But it's tight down there.
Well, I meant like flap to like stop the.
Yeah. I get you. Coming. And it's only a 10-foot drop, so no need.
Okay.
And you hear the smacking and garbling of 3 creatures within 20 feet of the ladder entrance, holding onto like what seems to be an oil slicked bag. They look like little oily men with goldish eyes, but with purplish fungal mushrooms coming out of their neck and head, like rows of tumors or keloids.
Have I ever seen anything like this?
Go ahead and roll me a Arcana or history.
Yeah, those are both terrible.
These are boggles.
I fucking thought they were out of character.
Yeah, they're boggles, but they are fucked up.
Corrupted boggles. What the fuck happened to these boggles?
It looks like the corruption got them.
The name.
Shall we end them?
Yes, we should. All right.
All right. Just go ahead and go ahead and roll initiative. We're not going to do a full combat.
Mm-hmm. How many of them are there?
There are 3.
Oh, this should be
fucking easy. Yeah.
There's a chance Galen kills them in one of them.
100%. This is just for them to, see if there's a chance that they fucking run for it.
Oh my! I'm begging someone to run from Gallon.
Mm-hmm. So, fucking boggles. Do. Give me boggle. Where is it? Fucking. Where is it? Strange. Fuck it, I'll just pull out this thing. Doesn't really matter. +4. 8. And then...
Well. Poor baby boy. He's not the fastest man.
No. And then Callum.
He's freaked out by these things.
Said I didn't think we were gonna fight.
It's the wrong thing to assume, Quill.
He's been preparing by fighting real threats.
Mm-hmm. So, 19. Interesting.
Okay, Callum.
Okay, Callum. Do. So, Callum, interestingly enough, gets to go first. So, you hear a small ringing of chimes and things of that nature go out towards them and becomes a concussive wave. They fail. Dealing only 4 points of damage to one of the boggles. And then it's your go.
Alright. How far were they?
Like 20 feet.
Okay. I just run up to him.
Mm-hmm.
And here we go.
Yep.
I don't think I need to. Minus that one extra. So 13.
Yeah. So, normal boggles, that actually wouldn't kill it. But these are weakened. Because of certain things. And that does kill it.
Okay.
It kills it over by 1.
Oh. Okay. So, next attack.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I want to kill the one that has the bag.
Okay. 100%. You kill the one has the bag and one that like looks over at you guys after. While there's one wounded one left.
Yeah. All right. I guess it's its turn now.
Its turn. It's gonna try and grab the bag and run away via dimensional rift. Moves
Oh no.
30 feet down the way on the ceiling. And then proceeds to run another 30. Toting this gross bag.
I can catch.
And then Quill.
Quill is not gonna do shit because he's not gonna firebolt it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Gal looks over to Callum. I can catch him.
Hmm. Okay.
Yes.
And then proceeds to touch you and give you long stride.
Oh my god. So now I have. So how far away is this thing else?
It's total of 60.
All right. I guess it. Yeah. No, it's gonna get. So currently I have 45. So I do have to dash. Cool. Charge of the Dualahan. Oh my god! All right. Explain what happens, Lycan, please. It is on the ceiling.
It is on the ceiling. So as you charge up, as you begin to run, your form starts to take upon this aura and basically smoke begins to rise from your feet as a blackened stallion with red eyes come out of your shadow as you rush towards with your sword out, doing a spiral and charging towards this little boggle. Just basically the best nightmare impression. Yes. As you begin your swing, hitting it and destroying that boggle completely.
I would like to catch the bag with my left hand.
Easy enough, it's sticky. As you, the horse disappears back into your shadow.
And I will drop from the ceiling.
And you drop from the ceiling and don't fall into anything.
All right. I'll walk back and I will pull out this. I'll pull out the staff.
Yes, the staff is gross. Along with several other things that were in this bag.
Oh yeah, what else is in the bag?
There's a whole ass like little clock, like an alarm clock, like a twist clock that you have to wind up.
Yeah.
There is just a thing of like undergarments, like just
little freaks,
little dudes' boxers.
These little freaks.
You find a prosthetic hand, like a wooden one.
Oh.
Don't know.
Ooh.
There's a set of dentures, some glasses, and
damn.
Probably a D100.
Okay.
Oh.
81.
Okay. Uh, 7 platinum. And $240 copper.
All right. I'll take the copper, and I'll hand the 7 platinum to
Plus
Quill.
The amount of money that Quill fucking lost.
Oh, he has all his money too. Good. I'll give him the 7 platinum too.
Yep. Okay. Write that shit down. Quill. And like you see his little bird eyes like tear up in like water as he's holding this gross staff now.
Yeah, that's gonna need a little love and care.
Prestidigitation.
Yeah.
Several times.
Yeah.
Corruption is seeming to affect these fey beings as well.
That's that's more worrisome.
Yes, quite troubling. So, is there some trust?
No, I'd say you earned some. I'll take you back.
Yes, I would like to talk to Miss Info.
Even know her name. She doesn't usually freely give that, especially the last one.
Yes. It's a perk, I guess. Saying things. Hearing things.
All right.
Knowing secrets.
All right.
They begin to walk.
Yeah.
Go up the ladder.
So, I'm glad. Told you we'd get your stuff.
Thank you, Gallon. I'll repay you one day.
You don't need to. I'm glad to help. All right, and let's. All right, I guess let's go show this guy to arrest.
Mm-hmm. And this was all happening while they were having the conversation. So around the time that I guess Hulson and Bellows would have gotten ready to go, along as well as Francis and Kier going to the. Are you guys going to the? What is it called? Clock Tower?
No, I was not going to the clock tower.
They were going shopping.
I know
I
they
just
want to
go check out the shop.
Francis and Kier.
Oh, Francis. Yeah.
Francis and Akira is the ones
they were gonna go clock tower.
They were gonna go to clock tower
with Bellos, which is why
with
weird that she took her out.
Yeah, no.
Shopping for long.
If they're going shopping real quick and deciding to do that, I'm pretty sure me and Akira will wait for Bellos before we go to the clock tower.
Yeah,
so I can't do my thing without Gallon. So
we need Bellos for our plan. So we could have.
So I thought I would just.
Yeah, we could head out now, but
then 20 minutes.
And if anything, if we're waiting for Bellos, Francis will stuff down his food because he actually hasn't had breakfast yet.
Okay.
I just can't do anything without Gallon, and they can't do anything without Bellows. So I was like, fine, I'll take Bellows.
So
the thing is, we could do something, but
I don't regret my decisions.
I don't regret mine either.
So she's taken away. So Akira and Francis are still at the inn. Okay.
Yep. We're just chilling.
So, you see Quill and Gallon, as well as an interesting person. I don't think Akir met them. Yeah. No.
Nope.
Did not have met them.
It was only Francis and I.
Yep. So, the only difference is that A, no horns, and B, little less longer ears on Callum. But otherwise, they look exactly like that. Fairly androgynous, not really, Sure, they look like a type of high elf or wood elf. You're not too sure. They're like 5'8" in height. So, you see them trailing behind Gallon and Quill. Quill, like, cleaning off his staff, looking like a little teary-eyed birdman. As they join you.
Everyone, this is Callum. The one I told you.
Alright. Lizard?
Oh, hi, Mr. Junkrat.
Francis is muted.
He is muted.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Francis is like, I got better things to do.
No, I'm getting home right now, and I'm getting into the house.
Okay.
Oh.
See, better things to do than talk to them.
Even better things to do than talk
Francis feels like he has to get all of his food in real quick, so he gives a general nod and he's eating. I don't know.
I like to think he just like puts up one finger and is just stuffing his fucking face.
Gobbling it in.
Just like a pelican. Like
And one like piece of meat is like really overcooked, so it's just chewing.
I didn't want this well done.
a little bit of gristle. Gross. Hello, Dragon Man.
Hello. I do not know you.
We haven't met.
That just sort of shrug. It's like, all right. Well, this isn't my thing. What do you guys think?
Wait, does oh, you go?
Oh, how did I think this is what?
Oh, okay. Does Callum have his sword on his side?
Yes.
Okay. Completely made of bronze.
Yes.
Is that important to me?
I mean, with the runes too. I mean, talk about the runes a bit.
Giant runes, I can't read them.
And I thought one of them was in Draconic.
One of them is in Draconic.
And it was like a weird one that you didn't. Like, it was like ancient.
No one could identify? Do you want me to try? Okay.
But that was Gallon's drawing too, so here's the real thing.
Yeah, you could definitely roll a history check.
Yeah, it depends on whether or not he'll let me.
It's out there.
It's out there.
So
it's going to be like, stop staring at my stuff, you weirdo.
No.
I'm sure.
Have you seen how this man's been acting?
I'm sure he gets stared at enough.
They're very much a weirdo.
My lord.
That is High Dragon speech.
What does it say?
That rune itself is about the same as the one meaning just
Yes.
The prime breath.
Oh, what do I know about the prime breath?
You know nothing about the prime breath.
Shit, I'm done.
Or the first breath.
Oh. Mark that one down. So wholesome later.
Yep.
Read them.
So that's that one.
Wholesome can read languages and runes and stuff. Like she can read anything that's written down, but
some of it
runes don't mean languages.
Yeah. So that's why you have like a large difficulty with runes. Because it is technically a language, but it's not. It is a sequence of like geometric and like incantation. But only in like a single word of power. It's not a full like on language.
Yeah.
Because it has multiple meanings.
You cannot look at a teleportation circle and know what every single rune means. Because some of them are just meant to embody, most of them are just meant to embody magic.
Mm-hmm. There's some runes that you can get from gists and stuff. And like incantations. But runes are very difficult. Unless it is runic scripture, specifically.
But I'll tell Wholesome that means High Dragon, or it's High Draconic for Prime Breath when she gets back.
When she gets back.
When she gets back.
Probably she's going to be there for too long.
Yeah. So we're still in the scene where Francis is eating, yes?
Yep. Yeah. Finger up.
Oh, I could wait.
Sorry.
Staring it down.
Sorry. I had a busy morning, and we have a busy day planned ahead. So forgive me.
Understandable.
Yeah, just trying to make sure. As soon as we get our companions all gathered here, we all have our tasks for the day, and wanted to make sure that I had been properly fed beforehand, because you can never go without a good meal. I'll look to Galen. Is everything all right?
Yes. Callum wants to speak to Wholesome.
Yes, I wish to talk to your Fey Marshal.
Exactly.
What?
That's what I want to know.
Fey Marshal? Care to explain that?
He's Marshal for Fey.
I understand the word Fey, and I understand the word Marshal, but I don't understand what the title Fey Marshal implies in the context of what you're trying... That's what Wholesome is?
That's one of the terms. A Sylvan Arbiter. Would be another.
Green Knight.
Green Knight.
That's what Wholesome is.
Things like that. Yes. They are the... Well, we are caretakers, trimmers, gardeners of the Fae. We have specific jobs. Her badge is on our sword.
Francis just kind of like tilts his head a little bit and thinks.
The mark.
Interesting. Yes. Very interesting. Well, she stepped out with our companion not too long ago to do a little bit of shopping before everyone, heads out and takes care of their own bit of business. I'm hoping you're not in any particular rush.
Rush would be a term, yes. My duty here is to find the origin of this corruption and cut it out.
Matter of speaking, I think that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah,
Good.
That's what I said.
That is what my new friend Galen mentioned.
Alrighty then. Well, hopefully Holson and Bellows don't take too long.
Yes. Was the jar helpful?
It was, as a matter of fact. Just, we have some members in this group that have interesting habits, but we did learn from it.
So long as you learned.
Yes. Making, above board, making reference to Holson
Interesting
eating
habits.
Yeah.
We don't have to point it out.
I get.
That's why I didn't point fingers. I didn't name names. I just say we have people in our party that have interesting habits, and we learned from it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't
You did
say any
indeed learn
specifics.
from it.
I also gotta let them know that we're prone to, what do you call when you don't really think about things before you act? Rash decisions?
Yes.
That's what you guys are prone to. Francis ain't. You guys just do things. Like Francis has to stare at you. Like, are you serious?
Do things. Somebody just has to do
Spontaneous
things while he's staring.
Well, you should let one of the low intelligence people do it.
Moderate intelligence.
Just let Galen do everything.
Their
Hey,
common
Galen,
sense is, not there though.
hey, let Galen eat this.
All right.
Yeah.
No, don't eat it. Just first look at it. Bang.
All right. I look at it and then I eat it immediately.
All
I'm
right. And do you
fine.
see?
Fine, eat it. Arr, arr, arr.
Francis just kind of stares.
So, breakfast.
Huh.
Or technically brunch, yes? What are you hungry for?
And so Francis is just there, just rubbing his forehead as he's finishing the last bits of his meal and just waiting for Holson and Bellows to get back. This is giving him a headache already.
Yeah,
I think I would like to try a pancake.
I will order him a pancake and pay for his food.
Why do you sound like you've never had one before?
Maybe he did.
Because I haven't.
Oh.
Oh.
I too have not had
Get this
pancake.
man 2 pancakes!
I also have not had pancake, so I heard you can fill it with bananas.
Bust out the good syrup.
We're making this day special!
Why do you make it sound like everyone has?
Because that's usually the assumption at our age.
You know what you assume?
This is the
And
first.
just like
This is my first month
down.
so nose. We do not have pancakes down there, sorry.
We don't have pancakes where I come from either.
Where do you come from?
Places.
That's the answer I expected.
Well, sorry.
Have not been to Fuswari.
Missing out.
A lot of sun, I hear.
To put
Creepy
it nicely.
little man.
To put it nicely.
Yes.
Creepy
But you have a large hat. You should be able to handle sun.
Very true. As they take off the hat, just long locks of straightish, like wavy hair goes beyond the back.
Adventurers locks? Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. So, it seems like they kind of struggle with the hat a little bit.
A little too big for their head.
I too struggle with hats.
The horns are there.
And as we zoom out into the city street, to
I
Bellows
just want to go to Ingrid's Intrigues.
and Holson, to Ingrid's Intrigues.
I don't plan on being there for a long time. I just want to see what they got. I want to see what's so intriguing.
So, you see the shop. It has the open sign. And it doesn't look super intriguing from the outside. It looks fairly bland. You're not too sure what this shop's supposed to be. It looks like a general store, if anything.
You would think they would have more trinkets outside. And I will walk in.
I mean, trinkets and things like that can be easily taken,
Yes.
And
sure.
we're dealing with a place with fae, and I remember the Boggles. I think.
Quill did have his stuff stolen today, so hope he got it back.
As you enter in, there is a lot of artwork, a lot of books. It seems to be a mixture of a general store and a
Library?
Library/gallery.
Okay. What kind of books do they have?
They seem to be filled with a lot of fantasy novels, or quote unquote fantasy, like fiction or like stories, things like that. Tales, as well as a little bit of like the town history authors.
Town history book?
Mm-hmm.
More of like the town fables.
Town fables. People that have made works. It seems like they have made works here, and seems to be like a collection in this shop. You see a counter clear with nobody behind it, but you do hear some rustling in the back.
If I thumb through the books, can I find one about Robert Stein and his good friend, the knight that's outside, the paladin?
Ingrid Hollow?
Yes.
There's a few works in here that mention Ingrid Hollow. Some of them are studies. Some of them are writings and like basically fan fiction of like what actually happened during that event. Everybody with their own interpretations, stylizations of like what happened, drawings, things of that nature. There is no mention of Robert Stein. There is mention of several different names for the entity that Gallon dropped. Okay. For the entity that helped Ingrid, or she helped and became a friend of. The three names that are most common are Wisp Weaver, Briganock.
Oh. I can't spell that.
Briganock.
Okay. What's the third name?
The Daychime.
Do any of these books say, just like skimming through, do they have, specifically the one that has the names, where, you know what, I'm fine with just knowing the names. Is there one that has those names in it, just like one specific book, or is it throughout all three?
You looked at 3 of them, or looked at several, because they're very small books, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And like, there's notations of like how characters have each their name, like little bio about them in the front before reading the book. Brigid is only in one of the books.
Okay. Which book is that? I'll
The
take that
Morning
one.
Chime. And okay, so that book is A Friend to the End.
Is this one of the fan fictions?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take the fan fiction.
It is written by one Brie Verven.
Okay. And then you said something about the morning chime? Day chime?
Yeah, the Day Chime. And the Wisp Weaver are in a lot of the other ones.
Okay. I'll take
They're
Bergenok. Since it's different.
mhm.
Is Bellis looking at any books? Like, I would assume she, like, walked off to look at some things while I was sifting through stuff. Is she looking at anything in particular?
She is looking at something. She's looking at something in a case or mantle, like behind, like on a mantelpiece that's behind a glass case.
Okay. I'll take note of that.
And she looks kind of perplexed.
I'll go over there. She looks confused. What is it?
It is a sword, seemingly made of silver, as well as a black substance and wood.
Is there like a bell that I can ding? Or does this have like a name?
There is a bell. It is behind the counter. And you hear the rustling. Just a second. And coming from the back is a woman in her mid 20s, mid to late 20s. Human woman. Yes, can I help you? She has fairish skin, blonde hair, put up into what looks to be just a messy bun, wearing what could be considered close to a pantsuit, but not really.
We were
Wearing a
wondering.
blazer.
We were wondering about this sword, maybe.
Ah, yes. I'm guessing because you're asking about it, you're not from around here. My name's Ivy.
No. Oh, you're Ivy.
Oh, so
interesting.
You do know me.
You're running for mayor, right?
Yes, I'm running for the next.
We heard there was an Ivy running for mayor, and that other guy, I don't remember his name, but Ivy stuck with me. You're the last mayor's kid or granddaughter or something like that.
I am Ingrid's granddaughter, and the current mayor, my mother, is still in office.
Okay.
She's gotten a little bit older, so can't really run and do the job too much anymore. Can I help you?
Oh, I thought this store was interesting. I saw it on the way back to
This
our
was
hotel.
my father's store. I just keep it open and things like that. I do a lot of resellings of products and things like that. I do have. She puts down a thing of papers on the table. I do sell general goods. I do have potions and things for sale. Not many. I do have, general basic adventurers gear. Can I help you find anything?
Yes, about the sword. What can you tell us about that?
That is a recreation of my grandmother's sword.
Oh, it's made out of wood. In bits.
Yes, the original sword was never found, but it was said to be a black wood
Hmm.
and stone.
With silver as well.
With a silver edge.
Don't be alarmed, but I'm gonna take out my sword just to compare it. My wooden sword. Does it look similar?
It looks similar, but not the same. Like the type of wood is very different, but you could definitely see a similarity.
Is there like a bronze on here as well?
There was brass.
Brass.
There's a little bit of brass on it.
Interesting. Trusty? Huh. How long have you had a sword like this?
The recreation?
Yes.
My father had it made
But do you
to.
have the papers for the original sword?
We don't, because it wasn't. Do you not know the
I don't know
story?
much, no. No, I don't know that much about this place. We're actually here visiting. We heard some tales. We we thought it'd be cool to come visit
All
during
right.
the Lantern Festival.
Right, the Founders Day, the Lantern Festival. So yeah, that's going to be quite a show. It's also going to be Election Day. Let's see what that has to offer. The sword was not made. The original sword was not made as a commission for my grandmother. It was a gift. That's how the story goes, at least with
The
my.
Wisp Weaver?
Many people call them that, yes. The day chime, the golden wisp, all that
Ragnarok.
nonsense. Yes,
I actually have a
that's
question about him. Do you know much about him?
stories.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay,
Hello?
cool.
You've been struggling?
No, my internet's been out for like the past 10 minutes.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, no, we saw you drop off and we're like, well, alrighty, bye.
all right.
Yeah, no, we're good now.
Okay.
I had a question about him. Would he for example, I think
She looks at you a little strangely. Like,
well, I'm a little strange.
Cocks her head like...
What do you think ever happened to him?
Why do you say him?
Yeah. What do you think ever happened to him? I'm not explaining it.
Like, she squints at you.
Yeah. What do you think ever happened to him? I know there's a statue to your grandmother here, but it's not much about him, even though they were friends.
Who are you?
I'm Holson. Nice to meet you. I'm out of town.
You're the second person
A second person? There was another?
to ask me.
Did he have like horns?
Him. What? No.
No? Another one? Okay.
She, like, backs up a little bit.
What did yours look like?
What?
Who came and asked you?
You're kind of freaking me out a little bit with your energy.
I could explain more if you tell me who asked you.
An elvish man.
An elvish with purple eyes?
Yes.
What do you have to say?
Asked me if I knew where he was.
Or do you?
No.
Okay. Is she lying?
I don't know.
Can I roll an insight check?
Roll an insight. I don't know if she's lying.
Like, she's a little scared. I think she knows some things. Insight. Not an advantage. Oh, I rolled a 20.
She is securing, not securing. She is not saying something, but she is also very wary of you.
Okay, so I can sense that you're a bit trepidatious about it. So, how about this? I'll tell you why I'm here. Whatever you want to know. Don't really care what you ask. Whatever you want to know. If you can tell me what you're keeping from me. Because I can tell you're not telling me the whole truth.
Roll me persuasion. Okay. She, like, eases up a little bit.
I promise you I'm not. Just someone who was told to be here to come help. Because he hasn't shown up in a while. I'm a friend of a friend. Of him.
I don't know why you keep calling
Am I wrong?
him. Well, everyone just calls it or they. You and that man were the only other people that called them him. Besides my father.
Well, your father was a smart man, I'm sure. I don't know much about him, but I was told to come here. I have a patron. I obviously got the sword from somewhere. I have a patron.
It's a neat sword, sure, but
I'm gonna apparate it again and put it on the table. Just lay it there. and look at the symbol. Sword gets me into some fun places around your town.
All right.
And, I was told to come here to help with your problems that you've been having. And to find out where he went. Because he is the person who takes care of the garden under the ground. Now, if you take the sword, and you can take it, I don't care, it'll come back to me. But you take the sword and you put it in the well. It opens the door, and the door takes you there.
You know about the garden?
I do know about the garden, that's the whole reason I came here. I was told to follow the wisp and the vines, and it would lead me to the garden, and I went, and I came, and I saw the crystals, and...
You've seen the garden?
Seen the garden. Something's not right. It's my
She
friend,
looks
not...
very confused.
She's not going to keep going. She's like, my friend, not the one who's here with me today. But my friend can smell undeath. And there's a lot of that down there. So something's not quite right. And I touched the guardian. It was down there. He guards a memory well. And when I touched him, things were not as they seem. My father is an illusionist, so I'm pretty familiar with illusions. And when I touched him, I could see that it was just a massive illusion, so something else is down there. And I know that's where he protects, but he is not there. So do you know where he is?
I've never met him.
Okay.
I only heard stories from my father about them.
Oh, what stories did you hear?
That him and his mother found a small creature and one day became a friend. Like, kept coming by and around their farmhouse, doing things, helping out after they saved him from cold. Soon enough, people started coming around. More settlers and things like that. When he was a young boy. Then bad things happened. Settlers started disappearing.
Hearing?
Taken by a creature from the forest.
Did he tell you what the creature was?
A Jabberwock.
Okay. We've heard similar things. About your Jabberwock. And all of... I want to know more about this man, though, that came here.
Is a man
did he buy anything, or did he just... Did he say what his name was?
He bought a book.
What book?
A book similar to that one. It
Would it
was
be helpful
older.
to have... It was older?
It was a little older. That's it.
If you remember the title.
Then and now.
So he didn't give you a name?
Then and now, the settler's dream. That's what the name of the book.
And he didn't give you a name for himself?
No. He called himself Mr. Black.
Interesting. Did he have any, I know this is gonna sound weird, and, I'm gonna ask you to just remember when he came in. Did he look fairly humanoid? I know it's a weird question, but was there anything off about it?
Not the good. Who? You were sent here to help with our problems.
Yes.
Such as the orchard and other things that have been happening. The cases of inscrutable disasters or accidents of a random chance.
Yes. I think that has to do with, I think that has to do with what's going on in your garden down below.
I've never been to this garden.
Well, you know, if you...
My father used to tell me that he went there when he was a young man and he couldn't go back.
Interesting.
After a while.
Any weaponry?
What?
Like a silver sword or something?
Did he have any weaponry?
Yes.
No. My man was my father was a man of the craft and the cloth.
Did the man who came in have any weaponry?
He did.
A silver sword?
It was a sword, but it wasn't silver. It was ebon with silver accents with a crimson like wrapping.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any of these symbols on it? Do you remember?
No, it didn't.
Okay. Does the sword in the case have these symbols on it?
It does not.
Oh, interesting. But yes, I told you I served someone. She's just concerned for a friend and concerned with this town, and I'm just going to try my best to help it. That's my goal here. I don't want to cause any ruckus, but
If you know the stories and things like that, then what are the other two? The ones that are not mentioned in the fable.
the other two?
Yes.
The other two... Yeah, I'm gonna need you to help me out here.
You don't know this. This is brand new information.
I could be honest with you. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm familiar with Fable, but I've only been here for maybe 2 days. So I didn't really know anything until I got here 2 days ago, so do you mean the other two?
There were two others that helped.
Who were they?
They were the Bastion and the Wooden Siren.
Wooden Siren. Does that sound familiar?
Not one you've heard before.
Okay. I'm not gonna know who the Bastion is, so the Siren was my best bet. Do you have any information on them? Like, are they still around? Do they have... Could I talk to one of them?
If you know about the garden, then you have to know about the Bastion.
Oh, the man who... He's like a wooden... He's like a golem.
Yes.
Yes? Yes. That's the one I touched who wasn't quite right.
So you do know it.
I don't know the names, but I do know roughly, you know. I know about the Bastion. I don't know if I'm not the ones. But where could I find her?
She gave the Bastion to him as a gift. Because the Guardian before perished. My grandmother.
Well, I'm gonna go help some of my friends who've come here. They're here to help me as well. But we're gonna go check a few places where we think your grandmother's friend might have hung out, or maybe tinkered with. But this is a really interesting shop, and you've been extremely helpful. If you see that man with the purple eyes again, let us know. We'll be at the Lantern Festival, and we'll be keeping an eye out for him then, as well.
Hey,
And, do you have any, before we go, I do want to spend money with you. I thought your shop was cool for a reason. Do you have any fun trinkets?
I'm sorry, I'm a little scattered, and you put a lot on my plate.
I did, I'm very sorry, but...
First of all, you confirm that those tales are real.
They are real, yes.
And that he exists.
Somewhere. I just don't know where he is. But don't tell anyone else this. Especially the purple man. Like the purple-eyed man. I don't know who he is. He's not cool. He doesn't have... I don't know who he is.
No. Trinkets.
Fun trinkets, things you would, give someone you care for.
I mean, there's these, and she's like very like what the fuck is going on.
Yep, I'm gonna drop a lot of coin on her so she just feels better about herself.
Because she has like so many questions, but like is trying to compact everything. She puts out like little trinkets and like they're basically charms for either weapons, a book, or whatever. Like a bracelet charm. They're that of a shield sword and also of a little wisp.
The one that Bellows is looking at specifically when she brings them out.
She looks at them. There's one that she does look at for a little bit.
Which one is that one?
It seems to be a little knight.
Okay. Once she puts that down and maybe like walks away a little bit, I'll pick up the knight and I'll be getting this one. Maybe the wisp as well.
Okay, that'll be 2 copper each.
Okay.
Gets the, you know.
Oh, that's fine. I'm gonna give her gold.
Okay.
I'm gonna give her 6 gold.
Okay. Why does it feel like I've been bribed?
I haven't been bribed. I'm just thanking you for the information you gave. It's valuable. So
I may look for you again. This is lost.
No. Take it. It's all right. I want to thank you. You're not being bribed. If anybody asks you if you're being bribed, you can say no because you are not being bribed. So I know you're running for office. I don't want to put you in any danger of that, but just take 6 gold for a friend.
She takes it.
Yep. Also, I gave you a lot of anxiety, so
no.
just let me repay you for that.
Okay.
But to be fair, I'll also buy this book. I'll throw it in so she'll feel slightly less burdened.
It's a silver piece, you know.
So she's still getting 6 gold, but I'll buy the book just in case.
All right.
I might be back later. Who knows? Maybe my friends will like these charms and they'll want some more.
All right. Thanks.
But thank you. You're very welcome. It's been lovely getting to chat with you. Belos, let's go. we have to make it back.
I apologize. Just like a little bow to her is like gotta go.
When we're heading back, she's gonna pull out the little knight. I saw you were looking at this, and I thought I'd get it for you.
Oh, you didn't have to,
but I wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. And she takes it and like puts it on her like a little satchel.
I enjoy spending time with you, so you're very welcome.
I enjoyed this time too.
And the entire time she walks back, she's just gonna be red. You can't see it because she's blue as a person. She's like a darker shade of blue.
She's like purple.
Slightly darker shade of blue.
Okay. So, the whole party conjoins.
I tell them all the information that I learned in a private room.
Cool. You see Callum.
You might have to hold on to that information because Francis is itching to go.
Let's go. I will tell you as we walk out the door.
Well, Callum.
Yeah, you walk in and there's Callum eating his first pancakes.
This is quite delicious.
Mm-hmm. And there's a bunch of things that you can throw into them. I used to make them with whatever chocolate chips I could get from the shops and whatnot because they went quick and they're not cheap. But yeah, I would make them for the different kids and whatnot, and they always loved it.
Your friend.
Blueberries is a hit too.
I wonder if it would go good with bacon.
Yeah? You can throw anything you want in there.
Pancakes.
Bacon
pancakes.
Yep.
Olsen's very confused with who this person is. She's never met this person in her life.
Remember that gentleman Callum we told you about that we met yesterday? Say hello.
Yes. Hello.
Hello,
Is there a reason you're... Oh, okay. What's that mean? Can I help you?
Yes. I believe we need to discuss about what needs to happen in this town before it's gone.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have to head out of town today to go talk to some people. But if you'd like to come with me, you can. Do you have a horse?
I could procure one.
Sure, we could talk on the way. I have to go talk about this problem with the people. Because I'm also trying to deal with it as well. So.
Right.
Galen, are you ready?
Yeah, let's let me summon my mount.
Well, let's do that outside of the town. Don't do that right here.
Okay.
Just wait till we get to the outside of the town walls. But yeah, let's head out. Quill, if you want to, you could go with Francis. I hear he's going to be investigating some stuff, and you have good eyes.
Or come with us. Your decision.
There's many people coming with that. It's your choice. I just know you like looking at old things, so...
You want me to be?
Or would you rather look at me, talk to a tree? Or would you rather look at some old things that might have information?
Just coughs and bird. He'll help Francis with that.
I figured he might be more interested in Francis's thing as a person.
Yeah, because why not?
Mm-hmm.
He likes to learn things, and this is an opportunity to learn and not watch me talk to a tree.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you can actually see Sivnu. I don't know if it's just a me thing. So it'd be kind of awkward if he came all the way that way and then just saw me talk to a tree.
Mm-hmm.
Although Callum just heard me say, I'm going to go talk to a tree.
It seems unfazed.
Yeah.
Okay. You're going
Puts
to be
the
fine.
hat on. Goes out.
When he puts the hat on, does it look like he has to position it weird to put it on?
He has to position it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Just get a size that fits, buddy. But no, I guess we will head our separate ways. And, I'll see you all later? I have no idea what time we'll be getting back in.
Well, just be sure to touch base with us as soon as you do.
Of course.
Oh.
You'll have the room to yourself tonight, Bellows.
Well, yes, I get to stretch out. Yes. Mr. Stein.
Yeah?
You seem to be one that likes to be prepared, so... It will start raining tonight.
Thanks for the heads up. I appreciate it.
Olsen's just like, fuck. I have to ride in the rain?
You're welcome.
And Francis will look to Akir and Belos, and they will head out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Alright.
So
let's go look at that clock tower.
Yes. So you don't have to go too far. Because it's like literally like a block away.
Alright. So, so who are we starting with first?
You guys.
Clock tower. I just talked for so long.
She just talked for a while.
So as they're walking and talking or walking, Francis, once we kind of have a clear line of sight on the watchtower base, not the actual watchtower. Once we get to a bit of a clearing, if there's people on the road, and he'll just kind of look at the watchtower before looking to Akir and Belos. All right, so what's each of your thoughts process on what's going on and what needs to get done?
Fake corruption, cleanse it.
All right. That's straightforward, and I appreciate that. Belos?
Multiple players at work. We met with young Ivy, the granddaughter of Ingrid.
Oh.
She seemed to not even realize that our little Robert Stein truly existed. She's never met them.
Well, I mean, if my stories from what my father has told me ring any true, he's really short and easy to miss.
Also, the man in black is, well, calls himself Mr. Black as well.
Man in black. Is this that elf that we've been talking about?
Yes.
All right, so he calls himself Mr. Black. That helps. All right. So here's my thought process and what I'm going to be looking for inside the clock tower and what I expect to happen. So based on the plans that I read earlier, I know that statue, the fountain is within sight, right?
Mm-hmm.
That statue right there isn't actually a statue. It's a fully functional automaton, which basically means that it has full range of motion, and if it had a soul and a brain, it'd be moving on, just like me and you could. That being said, that's part of a greater piece. Inside the clock tower should be a mechanical monstrosity that's supposed to be a representation of the Jabberwock. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Same exact automation as that statue. I don't know where they have the dirigible, but it's somewhere. Might be inside the watchtower as well. Whatever's going on, like you said, there's multiple players. There's apparently a lot of people really interested in what's going on, but there's one of them who had the gall to go ahead and attack Robert. And the only reason why they would attack Robert is, well, there's two reasons. Either they're both for the same reason, or they're dueling reasons. Either one, because he has connection to this garden, or two, he had the remote to these automatons, which would give the person with the remote complete control of them. And an automaton by themselves, depending on its how well it's built, is very dangerous in the wrong hands. And from what I've seen in the plans, these are very well built. So my assumption is this. What we're going to find up there is hopefully just a motionless automaton, clockwork, and nothing else. What I'm expecting, what I'm hoping to find, is perhaps some sort of clue, some sort of something that shows us that Robert was there, or whoever did anything to Robert was there, or is there. And hopefully they don't have the remote, and hopefully they don't have the ill intent, if they do have the remote, to have us fight a mechanical marvel.
How does one break mechanical marvels?
Hit it really hard.
That is part of it. Depending on what metals are used to make them, fire can be really useful, or it could do absolutely nothing.
I have fire and necrotic.
All right, that's
I have iron beating the shit out of things.
I like both of those, and that's part of the reason why I wanted to make sure, Bellows, that you were here, just in case we run into that problem. Chances are, whoever's up there, if they have the remote, they're not going to risk it because they have plans for it. There's supposed to be something that happens on this festival, and I think that's what's going to happen. But on the off chance that we've stepped too far out of bounds in this game that they're trying to play, that's something we might have to deal with. So be ready. Expect the worst. Only be surprised when nothing happens. Does that make sense?
Of course.
Okay.
All right. In that case, let's see if we can't make our way in without getting stopped. I'm not sure if that's going to happen or not.
Not my
really been
strong
paying
suit.
No, I'm very large.
Alrighty then, let's see. I mean, stealth is beyond. We're just going to see if we can go in without any trouble. See if it's just going to go in. And if so, we'll ask if we can. And we'll try and be as charming as possible. And with that, Francis will go ahead and lead the two towards the watchtower.
All right. Going towards the watchtower, there is no guard.
Mm-hmm. Just kind of walking towards it like we know that's where we need to be.
Mm-hmm. There is a main door at the base.
Mm-hmm. And we will walk in unless stopped.
It is locked.
Huh. Well.
I kind of figured.
So did I.
Yeah.
So did I, and I pull out my lockpick set.
That. We're literally out in the open.
Right, and?
Bellows, extends her cape.
It's... Fine.
I mean,
it's
either that or you climb up.
Already abandoned subtlety, or do we...
Well, you know what? Let's take a look around and see if we see anything else other than this front door.
Ugh.
All right, and then we'll take a lap around to see if there's an alternate entrance that's not out in the open. Maybe a window.
There is a window. It is all the way at the top. It is not open.
So there's only a singular window at the very top of the tower.
It seems to be part of the actual clock tower. It seems to be a window, looking outwards.
So there's only the one door and one window, all the way around it.
Seemingly. There seems to be also possibly a ladder on the side of it.
So where is the ladder? Is the ladder in some sort of back alley?
The ladder is connected to the actual building itself. The clock tower itself is a more so centerpiece portion to a collective of buildings.
All right, so there's people walking around the entire 360 direction of it.
Okay. So, let's say Callum's the clock tower.
Okay.
It is the forefront, and there's two different buildings right here. And this would be some other building. No.
All right, so this is another building right here. So there's a line of buildings behind it.
Yes, and this is in front.
So this is the front. Where is the ladder? Which side is the ladder on?
Ladder's on this side. It goes portion of the way up.
All right. So it's one of the ones. So it's kind of one of those ones that you can knock it down.
Yes.
All right.
It seems to be a ladder that goes up to the actual one of the what is it called? Clock faces.
Okay. So Francis thinks for a second. Door's locked. There's no guards. There's a ladder on the side.
Yeah, we tried looking below. Buildings like this usually have sewer entrances.
Probably, but that would take too long. You know what? I'm going to just go ahead and do what I think is the best choice. And Francis is going to turn around and walk to the closest guard-like figure.
Okay. So it's not too hard to find a guard-like figure. So you go up to them.
Excuse me, sir? Sir?
Yeah. What can I do, young master?
Oh, well, no. I'm just a tourist here. Just was wondering, what was, what would it take to get somebody into that clock tower?
Why are you trying to get in the clock tower?
Well, me personally, I'm kind of a tinkerer, right? I quite enjoy looking at, just any kind of mechanical things, and I am absolutely fascinated with clock towers.
All right.
And I would like the opportunity, if possible, while I'm here in this town, to actually go up and take a look at it, if that's possible.
I've never seen anybody go in it.
So, like, do I need to talk to somebody specific? Huh?
I've seen people clean it on the outside, things like that, but never go in.
All right. Well, I mean, like, it would be, it would make it would really make my trip if I could. Is there to talk to?
Not that I know of. Sorry.
All right. Is there what happens? Well, no.
The last person that I heard that went up there was the mayor's husband, and he is no longer among us, unfortunately.
Sorry to hear. Well, thank you so much for your time. Hopefully, I can run into someone. Any possible recommendations on who do you think what would be your best guess?
The mayor. I mean, her husband got up there. Then I don't know.
All right. Is the mayor busy at the moment?
Probably is coordinating with other people for the festival.
So she's probably around the town somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Alrighty then. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
You too.
Mm-hmm. Francis will walk back with kind of like a twitching eye. Well, that was a big fat waste of my time.
Shall we do the breaking and entering now?
Hold on. Let me just do one thing before we do anything drastic, because at this point,
chances are us doing this is someone else's fear.
Yep. Well, hold on one second. And Francis would like. I would like Francis to inspect the lock to see what kind of lock it is.
Okay. Roll investigation.
Thank you. No, wrong buttons. Wrong buttons. This one. All right. Investigation. Ding. Not at advantage, but 15.
It's not a simple lock. It's a more hefty lock, but it seems to be handcrafted. Not like super complicated from on the outside perspective.
Yeah. So if I were to try and attempt to pick it real fast, well, would I be able to get a general sense of how hard it would?
You're not too sure if it would be. It's definitely not a super hard lock, but it is a hefty lock.
That would take me some effort to do without making too much noise.
If you try,
is there anyone
fast? Huh? If you try to do it fast, there is a risk of breaking your tools.
Yep. Francis will look to Akir and Bellows, who are both rather large figures. Is there anyone looking at us?
Not particularly. I mean, there was the guard that was you talked to, but they walked basically away after like giving you.
All right, cover. All right, Francis will take out his set, and I'll be like, cover me, guys.
I'll stand between him and visible things with Bellows.
Yeah, like just like Bellows and Kier going shoulder to shoulder.
I need.
Oh no, I'm not being weird about it. Like I'm gonna try to act. I'm gonna try to act nonchalant.
Yeah. Akir and Bellows both have to make performance checks.
Oh no, performance. Fuck.
No.
I'm gonna use my reroll because chances are I'm not gonna use it again. And I can inspire
11.
Myself. And I could inspire myself, but I don't think that's gonna help. Or will it? Is it a joint thing or is it individual?
It's individual, just to make sure that they don't look like they're doing something shady.
So
is Bellows 19 or 11?
It's 11.
I will give her my reroll.
Okay.
And depending on what she gets now, depends on if I'm going to inspire myself to try to make it even better. No, that's 11.
Fuck it, she can have my reroll. I'm not giving her the other one.
But you could.
But I'm not.
So it's 11.
It's 11. Unless
that's a DM inspiration.
I do have my reroll, but what are we rolling for again?
To make Bellows try to act like she's not breaking the law.
Doing crimes.
We're not potentially breaking the law.
Hello.
I wasn't warned that we couldn't do this.
But I'm going to roll it.
Okay, you roll it. You roll it then.
Because you are rolling poorly, my friend. Bellows, where are you, Bellows? Here you are. Performance?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
That makes more sense.
Is that good enough, or am I going to add my inspiration, or do I need to add my inspiration to mine?
You should be all right.
Should.
Yeah. Natural 20, I'm pretty sure there's slightly a boost. All right, and Francis, with confident that he has two really large bodies covering him, I will attempt to pick the lock.
To add on to our nonchalant list, I'm going to warn Bellows that I'm going to start flirting with her and make it seem like we're normal. Just in case she's not into it. That is nothing serious.
I see. I mean, go ahead.
You're absolutely shining today. It's good to see you in high spirits.
Well, that is true.
Ever since I've seen you today, you have a good smile on your face. What has you so happy?
I'm not too sure. It's just a day.
Well, you wear.
Let me know when I can make my roll, and I'm hoping I don't need an inspiration.
Yeah, it's just. I'll give you a bardic inspiration.
Roll your thieves' tools.
But it's just idle chatter between her and I.
Oh, and then I'm just gonna use it just in case. It's a D8, right?
It's a D8.
Yep.
23.
So you unlock it. You would have unlocked it with the 18.
Oh, well, better use it, just in case.
Yeah, what you needed was the 18 for, like, doing it fast.
Uh-huh.
The DC was 15.
Alright, and then, like, alright, lovebirds, we're in. And we'll just kind of go in.
Okay, you can go in. And then you close the door.
And lock it.
And you lock it.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear the cranking and turning of gears, large ones, moving around in this clock tower. It's a little dusty on the inside. It's not super cramped. It's actually fairly easy to walk around in with multiple medium-sized creatures.
I'm gonna whisper to Francis and Bellows. No, I am not good at stealth, but I will try, because I do not wish to spend evening in jail.
Yeah, well, at this point, can't really do much, and I have a really good reason. I'm a huge fan of clocks. Let's go, and we'll start climbing up.
I'll take it to rear.
Yeah, Bellows would be in the middle.
Yeah.
If anything, if we get caught, I'm just gonna play the I really, really wanted to look on the inside of that.
Because we're somewhat assuming that the mechanical Jabberwock, whatever, is gonna fight us, I'm gonna take out my shield.
Okay. There are stairs and ladders you do have to climb on the inside.
All right.
As you climb and climb and climb, getting to a plateau of what seems to be a large workshop. Not like bigger on the inside type of large, but a large workshop. With a lot of small tools, things like that.
Does this look familiar, Francis?
I mean, yeah, but...
Just asking if the tools are about his size to indicate that maybe his ancestor or whatever has been here.
Well, the copy is here. Is it built for a gnomish figure?
It is built for a very small figure.
All right. Well, it looks like we found a workshop, which makes sense. All right. Let me know if any of you see anything. Well, you wouldn't know what's out of place. Everything's out of place because it's a messy shop. It's a shop, right?
Yep.
What's the light situation here?
It is dim light.
So no disadvantage on perception checks yet, I don't think?
It is just dim light and darkness.
All right. So kind of like fanning around. So I see the workshop. Is there still more upwards? There's still more going up towards the higher into the clock tower.
There seems to be a larger portion. Like, this is a large portion of the clock tower, but it reaches to a plateau, which seems to be kind of like a viewing station.
All right, so dim light is lightly obscured, which is disadvantage on perception checks or line of sight.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just. It's okay if I just roll something.
Sure. You want to look around?
I'm not going to use my. I'm going to look around, but I'm not going to use my light spell just in case there's windows nearby. I don't want people to be like, "Oi, what's that now?"
5.
Don't say none of that. It looks like machinery to me. Never been my strong suit.
It's fine. Francis will do a quick scan of the different work areas to see if there's anything that pops out related to the plans that he knows.
There's cogs, wheels, and you do see some scattered blueprints.
I'll go ahead and take a quick scan of the blueprints. Guys, just keep an ear out just in case anyone is moving around here, right?
Yeah.
And I will kind of...
Do we see the mechanical Jabberwock on this floor?
You do not.
Probably.
There's Francis. Yeah, no, Francis will go ahead and start looking at those plans, try and once over them to see if they're the same plans that he has.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll investigation. With advantage. They seem very similar. These ones are more refined.
All right. And do I see so since after studying the first set, these ones, what's different?
The overall structure of the creature, it's more elongated, slinky, curved.
Quill's with us this whole time.
Huh?
I forgot that Quill was with us this whole time.
Yep. And Quill's just hanging around. It's like,
Get him off,
Quill, do me a favor and then look around, see if you find anything. could be useful, pertinent to maybe crafting of a large thing.
Just gonna move us.
Okay.
Just moves all over here, so I know who's in what party.
Who the fuck where
I
what?
forgot to. I thought it was just us three.
No. So he's going to do investigation.
Quill's just standing there awkwardly while I'm flirting with Bellows.
And perception for hearing from Bellows. She hears chain rattling.
Yep, pretty loud in here.
So it looks very similar. It looks more sleek in design.
But there's been updates to the Jabberwock specifically.
Yes, more lights and has a visual and verbal sounds to it. Muttering and things like that. Make it more spooky.
All right. I will once I kind of get that general idea to the ones that I have.
Quill, like, guys.
Yeah, Quill. What'd you find?
It's not what I found. It's what I didn't.
Francis looks back as he's stuffing the plans into his bag of holding. What did you? What is he looking at?
He finds the chains and like what looks like things that are hooked up, which should have been something heavy resting in it, like a docking station.
Francis looks at it. Well, that's concerning.
Part of me believes that this is just going to be some sort of mechanical float for the braid.
What he designed is way more advanced for just being a...
I'll take your word for it.
Alright.
Is there anything else left here to find, or should we go?
I found...
No, we still got some areas to check out. Let's go ahead and do that.
I did
But I don't like the fact... Go ahead.
He points to underneath the tarp, and there is a small dirigible that looks like a wisp.
Francis will go and inspect it.
It is for a tiny creature.
Huh. And did he design it to be ridden?
Yep.
Alright. That makes sense. Is there anything inside it, or is it just the dirigible as it was designed?
There's the remote.
If meant to be ridden, Quill could shrink you down. You could mount it and see where it goes. Or what does.
No, hold on. I will take the remote in hand and I will look at it. Is there anything on it? Like, anything?
It's a crystalline remote. Lots of switches, lots of buttons on it. It seems to be the remote indicating of like what controls things.
Francis will look around. All right then. All right. Is there any indication in the plans that there's multiple, just one remote?
No.
All right. Francis will pocket that, so I'll have that remote. All right, let's go ahead and check out this last bit, and then I'll be happy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then we'll go ahead and head up further, and I'll kind of pat Quill on the shoulder. Good eye.
Yeah. Thanks. But Francis.
Yeah.
If that's the remote, where did the thing go?
Francis looks back at him and just goes, you know, there's a whole lot about this situation that goes beyond what I could expect as possible. Alright, so it depends on what advances were made to this thing that might mean the remote might be useless. But let's not think about that right now. We'll know when we see it. And Francis will continue upwards.
When we examine the plans, we will see if it was given sentience or not.
No, it had upgrades to its maneuverability, and it also has sound abilities. It has the ability to mimic sound or make sound, so be mindful of that.
But it's an autonomous.
Absolutely 100%. But whether or not it needs the controller anymore, I don't know.
Fear. Very well, lead on.
All right.
All right, and Francis will continue upwards.
All right. You guys go up, and you see the viewing station. It is a view of the entire city, and it seems to have a launch platform for said dirigible.
And there's nothing else up here?
No. Nothing. It's strange. There just doesn't seem to be anything messed with, just things that are gone.
Francis is going to pull... Go ahead.
There is things that are notable, though.
All right.
There are pictures. Seems to be children's drawings, books, bills, things like that. A lot of them. A lot of paper lanterns and even a painting. A very small.
What is the painting? What is the painting of?
It is of a woman, blonde hair. Seems to be enjoying a breeze in a field near a barn house.
So is the painting like on an easel or hanging?
It's hanging. Yeah, holding the hand of a little boy.
How little?
Like 2 or 3.
Francis. So Francis will look through all the drawings. Is there any kind of like theme to each of them?
A lot of the drawings seem to be that of people, just generally. There is a lot more drawings of this blonde woman, things like that, and of several drawings of a boy growing up, from what it looks like, until the end where there's an old man.
And the painting is amongst them in the timeline.
The painting is the only painting. There's sketches. Thanks.
All right, Francis will kind of like after a few of them, he'll like take the picture and he won't like take it off the wall, flip it upwards to see the back of it. Is there any notes on it? Like he'll go through different ones and like flip the paper up so he can look at the back. Gently.
So, lifting it up, it writes, to my friend and the child she has. From Breverin. Breverin. Yeah.
Was that what's on every single one of them, or a few of them?
There is a lot of them are in Breverin, or there is one of roll me investigation again. There is one of your father and mother.
Are these well drawn, or these are children's drawings? Right.
There is children's drawings and also well done drawings.
And this one about my father and mother.
It is well done.
Francis, is it pinned in, or is it hanging like the rest of it?
It's pinned in, with like a little note that says "Remember."
Yeah, everyone will notice that Francis specifically takes that one off, and he kind of holds on to it for a minute.
If it is important
And then he'll put
to you, they recommend.
Huh?
If it is important to you, we can return for it later.
No, there's something here. There has to be something here. Francis will put that picture inside his bag of holding. Look significant on that one.
My point was that we might not want to leave evidence that we were here.
Francis ignores that, but he hears you, but he's focusing on what's going on. And Francis will again. So there's nothing on the painting. It's just another one of the messages.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then let's see. Francis will look up to the ceiling, look up around there. At this point, there has to be something else up here, a clue of something.
You look downwards, and Quill found the dirigible, the remote, and things like that. But when you look downwards on the platform, there is a strong indication of magic has been done here. And it's not that of a tinkerer's magic.
Yeah, so you would have seen Francis just kind of after he looked at all the pictures, and you kind of you told him that, leave these things be. He just started kind of looking around, and then you see him just kind of stop on one spot, look down, and he sees it.
Yeah, you see what looks to be distortions in the wood and what seems to be singes. Because
Francis,
the light at the top of the clock tower is starting to head into a point where it's starting to illuminate on the inside.
Francis, use your eyes.
Huh?
Before we leave, use your eyes. Yeah, detect magic, yes?
Yeah. Francis, I'll cast Detect Magic.
Okay. You detect magic. There is a lot of magic in here.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly, abjuration magic and things like that. As well as evocation for certain tools. Near the area that you see this warp in the floor is what looks to be a what is it called? Residue of magic. You'll have to roll me an Arcana to verify what it was.
Let me know if you... Oh, I was going to say let me know if you want inspiration before.
Oh, shit. I mean, I would have taken one.
It's up to Lycan now.
Yeah.
Alright, go ahead.
You can do it.
16.
16.
Thank you.
Yep.
It is that of conjuration.
So teleporting things, moving things around.
Mm-hmm.
Summoning and dispelling. Or not dispelling, but banishing.
Francis will look around, and can I see how far that distortion is?
It is large enough to basically be a solid ring around the area where that machine was.
Yeah, no. So you see, Francis, he kind of steps over to the edge. he kind of like gestures for Quill to stand at the very end, and he kind of you see him pull out the plans, kind of like look at it, look at the area, look at the plans again, look at the area. Son of a bitch teleported it out of here.
Which one is that? Who is son of a bitch?
The one that's behind the. Francis just kind of like puts the plans back, and he's like, Francis just kind of like takes a second. Oh my god, that makes things very problematic, actually. Have the remote. Have the. He didn't need the remote. That's why he didn't take it, unless it was hidden.
Look at where you found it. It was hidden.
It was hidden in a place that only Robert could be. Okay.
We are overstaying our welcome.
I agree with you, actually. So let's go ahead and make our way out. And yeah, so hopefully we've killed up enough time to see if we can't find the owners, see if we can't start asking about this Mr. Black. But whoever's behind this has a very technologically advanced machine at their disposal. Which means either one, they're trying to modify it so it doesn't need the remote, or two, whatever magical hoo-ha is corrupting everything is going to corrupt the machine, and we're going to have a really bad problem. So we got to get going.
Agree. When we make it down to the door at the bottom, before we go out, I like to see if there's any way to see if there's anyone outside waiting for us. Just in case there might be guards waiting to arrest a couple of people of breaking and entering.
Crack the door and see outside.
If they have an eye or peephole, I'll do that. Look through the lock. If there's a window I can look at before we go down.
Yeah. You'd be able to look through the lock, and there would be a peephole. So roll me perception.
Oh, great. Is it still a disadvantage? Is it dark now?
Well, it's looking outside, so it's light outside, so it should be fine. It is a small hole, so the DC is higher.
I can't see shit. Francis.
Okay.
Francis and either eyes.
Francis will climb up the door and look out.
Okay.
Because I have spider climbing boots and perception.
Got dust in my eye. I'll inspire you.
I'll hold on to that, but...
Yeah, you got it. For next
10 minutes. You don't see anyone there. You don't see anybody noticing things.
Alright, Francis will just look back. Alright, guys, I'm just really big into clocks, alright? And we will...
My alternative plan is to hide you in the bag of holding. And then when they arrest us, if they arrest us, you just climb out when you start running out of breath.
Like I said, I'm a terrorist. I just really like clock towers. That's the story I'm going with. And I'll go ahead and
I'm going
walk out.
I'm going to
grab Quill.
What?
Bellows grabs Quill football style.
I just imagine Quill freezing up in a twig and just letting it happen.
Okay.
Quill, if you could, very stealthily fly away from here, just in case something happens, you can let Holston know what's going on. Should we get arrested or held up?
By this time, Holston should be long gone, so there's no way she can help.
But she will return.
Yeah, right. If
I'm just planning on playing it as like an innocent little thing, and I just really, really wanted to go inside the tower to see the clockwork.
But if we get put in jail for the night, we need to let Holston know so she knows how to act without us.
Mm-hmm.
It's still breaking and entering.
If anyone's going to jail, it would be me.
Oh, why is that?
Well,
chimes up.
No, it's fine. I'll say I'm the one that pushed everyone to do it. I'll take the blame. Don't.
I still think that Quill should go ahead, just in case. Safe over sorry, yes?
Sure.
Fine. And,
Be stealthy, Quill. I use my inspiration. Boom.
All right.
And Francis will leave with Belos and Akir both being large figures, so Quill can scurry off.
Okay,
yep.
so
Quill can stealth off.
Bill, stealth.
With a D8 added to it, because we really need him to succeed here. Hey, but he still has it if he wants it for anything else. I don't know, he might step by a store and try to haggle something. Alright,
28.
28.
He is a gone.
Hell yeah.
Are we greeted by anything?
No.
As I close the door?
I am very... Akira is kind of paranoid in this area, and also me, the player like and loves the alarm spell.
Mm-hmm. Which I would have been fine with if there was an alarm spell, but...
But, good. So as of right now, we're not under arrest.
No,
right.
there's no arresting.
Francis will close the door and lock it behind him, because now I know it.
Yeah, and there was no alarm spell up there.
Okay, it's just you really like that spell.
Yeah,
so
reliable first level spell.
It is.
Yep.
But you like it a lot. It's safe to assume it's active in a situation where it can be active.
That's fair. So we'll go ahead and start walking away from the watchtower, or the clock tower.
Close enough.
And we'll
both
kind
the
of
same
like
thing.
Sanctuary.
Yeah, so we'll go down the square a little bit. Francis is thinking, and we'll get to a spot that's kind of like out of earshot from most people, but not like in the middle of an alley. You know, so it's just kind of like Francis is thinking. All right, so what do we know?
We know that machine was taken away.
Then we know the machine was taken away. So we have
machines were taken. Specifically, only one of the machines were taken away.
Only one of the machines was taken away. Francis will look to
the remote was hidden.
The remote was probably hidden, yes, in the spot that only Robert, a very, very small gnome, could fit in. Which means that either he tried to slow down whoever was behind them, or they left it. It's probably not the case, but I'm still throwing it in there just. That being said, we have a missing Jabberwock on our hands, basically. It has been modified and whatnot. Who do we know that has a potential to be a threat in this scenario? Right now, I'm thinking Mr. Black.
Mr. Black is number one.
Mr. Black is number one. I'm kind of throwing in with the idea that maybe this Callum might be potentially. I mean, after him hanging out with us, I'm not so sure, but you know, throwing in sauce, seeing what sticks.
It could all be deception.
It could all be deception. Yeah, exactly.
I have a very bad feeling about the other door.
Who?
The dwarven fellow at the brothel.
Ah, yeah. What gives you a bad feeling about him?
He seems very confident that he's going to win this upcoming election. Which probably means that he has things in place to ensure that he wins this upcoming election.
Alright, okay, so election. So we have our door, and we have this Ivy chick. What was your impression of Ivy? Can she go up? Okay, first off, what was your impression of this dwarf? Let's start there.
The impression of dwarf, he was... The leaders of such zones seem to be working mostly in shadows. I assume he is an underhanded man. If he is looking to boost numbers, the defeat of a certain monster might be able to earn him favor.
Okay, and what about his level of confidence? How sure he is, the kind of person he presented himself to be?
Without knowing who I was, he immediately assumed I was already going to vote him later. Until he learned I was not a part of the city, and in which case he left. He has no interest.
Alright,
he seems to have no interest in anybody that cannot help him.
Alright, good. Alright, I like that. Alright, moving on. Second contestant for the mayor, or this Ivy girl. What was your impression of her?
She seemed very shocked. The news that Holson gave her. She was approached by Mr. Black as well.
Okay.
asking where he is. The wisp, the little gnome Robert. She was very confused on how we were the second people that called it him. Everyone apparently calls Roberts or the wisp they or it.
All right, so he keeps a low profile. Cool. So okay, so we have Ardor. All right, Ardor's a suspect. Ardor's a suspect.
I'm not sure how low profile it keeps him, seeing as everybody knows it enough to call it.
Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, this. All right. So that being said,
when we were saying the wisp, we saw him. We said him for the wisp. We didn't mention the Robert's name.
That's... You didn't... So, you just said, what is he?
What is him when referring to the wisp? The creature that haunts the grove.
And she immediately knew what you were talking about. Without clarification?
She thought it was suspicious and curious that we are the second people to ask. Apparently, the story that her father gave, the son of Ingrid.
Francis remembers the painting. The son.
He used to refer to them as him. Stories.
All right. Okay. So, all right. So for the rest of the day, okay, we kind of have a general idea of what to suspect. We have 3 different people to keep an eye out. Callum, the least likely, but still a potential. This Ardor fellow. Ivy gave us information, so no. This Master Black is definitely the worst, or the top of the list. But we'll have to wait and see. If possible, let's go ahead, depending on if we can get a hold of this owner. I'm terrible at this. What was it again? The
Blinking Arbor.
That one. Let's go ahead and head there, see if we can't get a hold of him, figure out what they're about between him and Mr. Black, what's going on, and let's see if we can't follow up and see if we can't try and figure out, get a trail for Black at least by the end of today. And if we can't, I would like to try and go ahead and go back to Robert's home and see if I can't find any more clues there that I look at.
Alright, we have a list then. Francis, lead on.
Alright. And Francis will lead on. Will's back with us now that he saw that we didn't get arrested, right?
Quill is in places.
Alright, Quill now. Now it's just the 3 of us.
Yep. Quill is aware that if we don't return to the tavern at night, then we got arrested.
After 30 minutes, you will see Quill coming out of the top of a building.
Good news, Quill. Good news, Quill. We did not get arrested yet.
Good.
Bad news. We're not done with work yet. So, do you wish to join us?
Sure.
All right, Francis. So, Francis, we're going where first? The Russell?
We're going to the tavern first.
Tavern first.
If the owner is up and willing to speak, because now would be the best time for him not to be busy, we'll go ahead and ask him questions, figure out what happened. If he's not there, we'll take a trip over to Robert's house so I can investigate it a little further. I'll be relying on your eyes as well, Quill. You're talented with that. And then...
I'll return to back to our tavern.
I think he meant the brothel.
If we're returning to our tavern, I could use rest to regain my magical inspirations. The bolster I use is draining, and I only have 1 left.
All right. Okay. So okay. How about this? Let's go to the tavern. All right, and we'll see if we can't find this owner. If he's not there, we'll go ahead and take a break. All right. not a lot of people can get into Robert's abode, so let's go ahead and just
take a break.
Let's keep everything. Yeah, let's keep everything there. So let's go see if we can't talk to this guy first, and then we'll call it for a little bit, take a break, because we'll see.
I give you back. I gave you the business card again. You might get on this good side if you pretend to be a potential floater.
If I find him, maybe we'll see. But thank you.
All right.
All right.
So that's our goal. Are we gonna hop over to Holston?
We are.
Holston!
Oh! Me, Gallon, and Callum.
Oh yeah, how's Callum keeping
been riding all day?
Because as far as I know, the horse can only carry 2 people. As far as I know.
I think he procured his own horse. I told him to get a horse.
Or is he a druid and he turns into a horse?
Well, I don't ask questions.
So you see on the edge of town a very large black mastiff.
I guess he is a dog now. I just stare at the black mastiff.
Mm-hmm. It just like crooks its head.
Wait, what just happened? I just got back.
We're going on a journey.
Yeah, there seems to be a very large black mastiff now at the edge of town. Where you
I'm just gonna...
your horse?
Huh.
The horse that you summon, Gallon, is the same one from your charge.
Oh! Oh shit!
But there is no Callum, but a very large, black, like long-haired black mastiff with red eyes.
And now there's a horse with red eyes.
A mastiff, a dog.
Oh, I thought they were red.
Silver eyes.
Silver?
Silver.
Like black mastiff, the dog.
Yeah.
Okay. Callum? I'm just gonna look directly into the dog's eyes.
In your heads, are we going?
Oh.
As that there is a psychic link between you, the three of you now.
Going to be a headache. But, yeah, we going, Gallon?
Yeah, Gallon's just kind of staring at the horse. Like, this isn't normal, but...
Mm-hmm. It's not your normal spiritual horse. No. Somebody took its place.
Yeah. Huh.
Not sure how to feel about that one?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm ready to go.
Alright.
Okay. Onward to the closest tree, I guess.
I guess. So,
I guess.
You start making your way.
Closest tree, like, half a day's out of town, I guess.
That is not affected, probably.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, you start making your way as the dog runs beside you. Seemingly keeping pace.
Good.
Lagging behind a few times, but is keeping pace. During this ride, you're able to talk amongst each other as much as you need, and able to interact with Callum even in this dog form.
Callum, about, so you keep calling me a Fey Marshal.
Yes.
Why?
It is one of his station and duty.
Do I have a station and a duty?
Well, as being that of using the power of a Fey being. of certain power, then yes. You do not seem to be a rogue sylph. So.
No. No, I don't. Are there other people who have things like we do?
Yes. They usually only take part of certain 3 circles.
What is your circle?
I am that of both Fey and Giant circle. So I am an interlocking duty. Mine is to watch and root out. That is my duty. Your duty is unknown to me.
I just found out I was a Fey Marshal, so...
Yes.
Clearly, I also do not know what my duty is. I am just here to help. And, do whatever I want. Unless
your patron may know what your duty ultimately is.
Probably, but, she's not told me. So, I'm just supposed to, check in. See how things are going.
It's most likely because you have not proven that you are capable of your duties.
Oh, all right.
It's not a bad thing. It just means you're young.
Well, I am young. But how did you prove how did you prove your duties, that you were worthy?
I performed tasks and eliminated certain threats.
I did kill a troll once. That was neat. I got a reward.
What song does your sword sing?
It sings songs.
Well, for
I put it up to my ear.
It is not a literal thing. It's a word of phrase.
When I attack, or?
No, it is your song of something of glory, adventure, vengeance, the story of your blade.
Well,
or do you not know it yet?
I look at my blade. Does it say anything about any of those things that you mentioned?
It things that have been marked down as your fight with that troll and killing it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only really notch in your belt kind of when it comes to your sword taking shape.
I mean,
you were told that your sword will take shape when you
into
achieve
something.
certain things.
Yeah, I just don't think I've achieved the things that need to be achieved yet. Yes, I got something when I killed the troll, and sure, I'll get something when I figure this out as well. But I mean, as of right now, I kind of just do whatever I want in that way. Sure, help out my patron, but I've been trying to solve the problem of the Feywild. It's my goal.
Ah.
I think that would be nifty. I think I would love to seek out information on that. Things are a bit wonky, as I'm sure you know.
Yes. Ever since the Queen's death, as well as many other court leaders.
Yes.
Things have been wonky.
That's my goal, but I guess I'm working towards that.
A very hard goal.
I seek to challenge myself. Make a name for yourself somehow.
What do you know of the Fey hierarchy?
I know my dad's told me things about the way it was when he was there, and I don't think he was around for the fall, but I mean, he wasn't, because he was here raising me, but definitely he's told me stories about the way it was. And I'd like to get back to that. Maybe not exactly the way it was, because things can be fixed and proven, made better, but stability is something that I strive for. I'd love for certain gods not to really, certain gods to know where the places are and not be so confused on what they're supposed to be doing, and certain creatures aware of where they're supposed to be and not be lost. And I know some pretty heavy shit happened in Maryland, and that's why everything's like this.
Yes. The large fracturing, and also the power struggle within the Feywild. But it's not what I asked. I meant more so, do you know what station that you probably would be part of when it comes to the Fey hierarchy?
I assume that I'm not that important to them.
Well,
like, yes, I have a patron who is pretty high up there, but she doesn't like to claim that she's a god. But I think she's a bit of a god.
right. I do not know your patron.
No, nor do I know yours.
Very true.
Do you have a patron?
I do.
Is your patron also Fae?
Aspects of Fey merge from them, yes.
Are they also giant?
Yes.
Do I know any Fae giants?
We've had this conversation.
Okay. Like any gods that would be able to grant powers, though?
Not gods that you know of, but
Okay.
there are Fey giants called Fomorians. But the
Okay.
ones
Yeah,
that
no, I remember this. I
yeah,
remember this.
the one that, like, the crow giant Fey, that of death, and, like, people that, giants that oversee death and make sure that undeath does not rule, or, like, corruption. Those are the Harsfolk giants.
I think I have an idea of who your patron would be.
Hmm?
No things. It's up to you whether you tell me or not, but otherwise, I
I
don't
can't
want
tell
to
you the
cry.
name.
Oh, you could tell me the name. Okay. What's the name?
Silverwing.
Orwing. Are they Fomorian?
No. They came down from it.
Interesting. Are they a dragon?
No.
Okay.
They are a giant with Fey-like qualities.
Well, mine, her name is Sivnu.
Sivnu.
Yes.
I see.
Do you know who she is?
No.
Huh?
Roll me a perception.
Yeah, she's like looking around, but she's like not really paying attention. Somebody's gotta.
Yeah. So you're hearing the conversation like outwardly.
He's really focused. He's like,
Well,
we gotta make it there.
Wait,
Yeah.
what?
You're hearing both parts of the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah. No, you are a part of this, but
Part of this
Yeah,
conversation.
he doesn't. Gallon really doesn't have anything
he's
to add. He's just
like, these are
listening.
words Gallon doesn't know.
Yeah, no, this isn't Gallon's deal.
This
Yeah.
is
Like,
Gallon's cup
but
of tea.
Gallon's get the tea on who this man is.
Yeah, no, he's interested about that. But if he has any questions, he will ask them.
I would rank you as one of the pages.
He's just okay.
Yes. You're not a commoner in exile. So you probably sit around the range of pages.
I do run errands for people. Mostly Sydney. I don't run errands for anyone else.
Yes.
No, she's a dragon.
So she must be that of a lord or an archfey. Giving power unsanctioned is only something of certain power can give.
I distinctly remember her saying something about being an archfey at some point. She refuses to acknowledge my term of God, but, I'm going to call her that anyway.
It's very strange. Most Fae would just let that happen. Either way.
I like... She's good. I like to give her more credit than she's due, sometimes. But she's always due as much credit as she deserves.
I see.
That is of a god.
So, what do you know of this corruption?
I know a few things. I had a friend once, and he had similar abilities. I say similar because, well, we can cast sort of the same spells, but he belonged to this order, which belonged to some person who seemed a bit off, in the recent years, and I think she's corrupt. And there's nothing to say that I'm sure she didn't seek out corruption. I think it just seeped into her veins, sort of. With their veins. I don't know quite who it is yet. But they're a bit of a mix, just like you. Celestial and Fae,
Ah. That one.
Ah. Which one?
The one that is not to be mentioned.
Oh, okay. That's not creepy at all. But, I started looking into that and, started noticing, well, like group around nature and things like that. So I'm familiar with things that maybe got corrupted in the recent years. My family's had to maybe fight some of those people, but nothing like this. At least not so upfront and at the forefront.
Yes. Usually, dealings of the Fae are under glamour, even to the mortals.
Stu?
Hmm?
Are you a good person?
What is a good person like?
You tell the truth, you don't betray people. That just...
I do what's needed.
Is he a good person? Will he betray me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, kind of rolling inside on him.
Sure.
Sure, he's not giving a lot of emotion, but I'll try. Well, I could still hear his words. Insight.
He seems to be. They seem to not be saying much on the fact of betrayal, but they don't seem like they're going to betray you.
No, this seems okay.
What's necessary.
Yeah. What do you deem necessary? I know, you want to cut out the problem. What do you mean by that?
If I have to eliminate the source and kill the infection at its heart, no matter what's there, I will.
You said you haven't seen any glamours.
There hasn't been many.
What are the ones you've seen?
Boggles.
Boggles.
Corrupted wisps. I've sent them all back.
Those boggles, they were real. They were also infected. Spores all over. It was. Yeah, that's what stole Quill's staff.
False-looking pixies.
I've seen those. Very creepy.
Nasty little vermin.
Oh, Callum, I actually might have good news for you.
Oh.
The orchard is budding. Actual green. Not the spores.
I see. So, there is a correlation.
Yeah.
So,
did you find the entrance?
I did.
And what did you see?
Did you find the entrance?
I did. But I did not go down.
Oh, you didn't go down? Unfortunate, I did. Oh.
Now, Callum, just to be safe, where is the entrance?
Yes.
The well.
Right.
Well, he's not lying. So.
He's not. Yeah, he's not lying about that.
You left it open.
Oh, well.
Shit.
Fuck me. I'm glad you didn't go down there. Might have seen some shit. Who did?
Something?
Yes.
What?
What?
Purple-eyed man?
I didn't see their eyes.
Oh, shit.
Are they dressed in black?
A lot of people are. I couldn't feel them.
Kind of like we can't feel you?
Yeah, no, Callum, I need to talk to you about that.
That's weird.
You are the only individual that just has no scent.
Right. I do have a scent.
Okay.
But unfortunately, it is that of nothingness. Obliteration.
That?
It makes sense for him.
I don't like that.
I like it either, but You couldn't feel this man. Was he an elf? Pale?
I couldn't feel this man. They were. But they didn't enter, they exited.
Oh.
And so he passed them?
Maybe we should have gone down the other side.
I think that's where maybe he went.
Yeah.
They walked away and I never saw them again.
Did they go down after we went? Or they exited after?
I did not see them. They did inspect your sword.
Weird. What did they do to it?
Looked at it.
They tried to take it out?
No.
So he knows we're here.
It is possible.
Of course, it's very possible, Callum.
I mean, you left the door open.
Well, was I not supposed to?
Your sword can apparate to you, can it not?
Well, yes. I didn't know I was supposed to not have it. I eventually closed the door.
Alright, that is on us. That is on us.
Should have closed it immediately. I just didn't think I'd be able to get back.
Your lack of faith is disturbing.
Alright.
Okay.
Alright.
You believe your patron gave you a key to get in somewhere, yet not get out?
You know, one day I'm feeling fine, the next day I'm feeling weird. One day Quill's having the best fucking day of his life, the next day he's get shit stolen from him. You know, I don't know how this has affected you, Galen, but...
I mean, that roast was really good.
That?
Uh-huh.
Wait, what'd you say?
You wish for that? Do you have a strong desire in your heart for something?
It's been a long time since I've had a good home-cooked meal. So, yeah.
You're funny.
Wait, when you said that you wasted your wish on a meme, was that it?
Yeah.
It fucking happened.
No, it did. Can't fault it.
Can't fault it.
I don't regret it.
Have you been affected by anything here?
Yes.
And now Galen is panicking internally from the what I sent you last time, Lycan.
Uh-huh. Yes, it has.
Just, weird shit's happening today, and I don't know how I feel about it, and
Weird things have been happening for the past week. To many people.
Oh, right. When we first came in and saw, like... It was just a weird sequence of events.
Everybody was so happy, and then they were so sad.
And people were getting hurt in the weirdest of ways.
And they were, like, tripping on the shoelaces, because their shoes tied all of a sudden. They were tied together.
Fucking Akira's wish is coming through!
The potential for misgivings and luck is very much in flux in that town. It's almost as if things are twisted, as well as dreams. wants, desires. Being turned on its head.
Things and things have been coming true, or they that I just think of the night before, or
Holston.
It's really complicated.
Holston.
Yes.
Should we tell him why the orchard is growing again?
We could. Would you like to know?
Any information would help.
Well, though.
We healed a crack in a gemstone.
Yeah, there were these gemstones all throughout the tunnel. They had images. Well, one was a little girl getting her puppy. Another was the orchard. The orchard had a crack in it, and the spores were in it, and I used my magic to heal it. And once I did, we got news that it was growing again. It was corrupted by the spores.
No, it won't happen again, but there's something definitely very funny going on down there. There might be... If we took one way, there was another way down there as well. I don't know what it leads to. It felt warm, and not exactly the way we wanted to go. Because, could be an underground pit of something. But...
That's a natural 20 for Callum.
Let's go.
Oh, for what?
For Arcana to figure out what you're talking about.
Oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just repeating things I've seen. Holmes is out here talking, saying words.
Wish stones. That explains a lot.
What is a wish stone?
Anything that's minor or major. They're sources of power for a lot of Fae. They can be cultivated and grow, or be plucked and destroyed. Some of them can be twisted. Usually there is
like the orchard.
Overseer of these things.
Yes, there was supposed to be one.
They are also used as seeing stones for many Fey Lords. For when they see something interesting. Something worth catching.
Yes, you talked about glamours. Well, there's a giant fucking one down there.
Yes. Well, my form I used a glamour because people stare at horns.
You have taller horns? Ripped my headphone out of my ear. Do you have taller horns?
You didn't see horns on this person at all.
Oh, no, yeah, he has... Well, they're nice horns. Pretty big size.
Thanks.
I do not have horns.
And you also, I mean, no offense, Callum, you got weird feet.
Ah, yes. It's traits that I get from my patron.
Oh. So are you just an elf? And you got it. You got these traits from your patron?
I'm a Hexen blood.
Oh, there we go. Figured it. I had an idea.
Oh.
Meaning I'm more Fey than elf now.
Yeah, no, I was friends with him.
Yes. Most Hex bloods are... well... not made... for the benefit of them.
Oh, yeah. He was...
It's usually unseelie magic.
You know hags.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
There's a massive glamour down there, and it's having up a lot of undeath.
Well, let's see if we can get to your patron and stop this.
Of course.
Get clues.
Some clearing up would be nice.
Right.
And we reach a tree.
And you reach a tree later on.
At some point.
At some point. So, after that long bit of travel, taking half a day to get to a forest line,
Ooh.
what do you do to try and summon Sivnu?
Do what I normally do, and I'm gonna try it a little harder now. I'm gonna sit here and focus on this tree. I'm gonna sit down. I'm just gonna stare into the bark of the tree. And I'm gonna rub my hands together, make them warm. Place my palms on the tree.
Alright.
I'd really like some answers.
Roll me a persuasion check at advantage.
I really like some answers. Please don't ban me this time. Persuasion at advantage. Yeehaw.
27.
Hear me.
Hear me roar. Alright. So, as you do this, you feel the same effect happen to this tree. As
I get shocked.
The bark gets pulled away to make the form of this puppet.
I was like, please don't electrocute me again.
Wait a minute. What am I seeing?
You see a whole ass woman be formed out of part of a tree as it takes shape and color after turning into a regular looking like pale mannequin, and then refining and making better detail, growing appendages, horns, glowing of eyes, the skin, nails starting to paint itself.
Pretty tiefling lady.
As you see a very large winged tiefling woman in a yellow sundress. Like,
chilling. See, I told you. Anyways, Sydney, I have some questions.
Where have you been?
So I've been around. Where have I been? I've been in bit of the town.
I couldn't see you.
I couldn't talk to you. I touched a tree normally, like I put my palms on it.
She begins to examine you and like looks on you and like make sure you're not
still have like black fingertips from it, but I shocked. Touched a tree, tried to talk to you, and it kind of electrocuted me. Took away some magic for a bit. Felt it kind of drain away from me. So I saw your garden that you wanted me to see.
Right.
I was still tracking down the man.
How is Breverain?
I don't know. Looks like he's got some people looking at the clock tower, but I don't know. They've found, and I can only talk to you if I come out. I have days out. But I can tell you right now that his garden where he keeps his wish stones and all those things. It's covered in undeath. Covered. Spores everywhere. The orchard, outside the town, same thing. It's healing, because we healed one of the wish stones, but there's a huge infection in the town.
You mean the orchard, the glass orchard? The crystal orchard is teeming with death.
It's the one underground.
That shouldn't be possible.
Well, it is, because I touched the bastion and saw some things. It's a glamour.
Also, sorry to interrupt. Big tree. Sorry. I also could smell it
I'm
and
Sydney.
also sense it with my abilities. Sorry, Sydney.
She looks at you and leers.
Cool.
Yeah, that's.
Huh.
You're a bit weird, but she's cool. I promise.
You're one of her new companions.
Yes.
Seems so.
His name is Galen. He's a paladin of some sort.
I see.
Very good with his blade. But
Well, trust her judgment on this.
But this is Callum. I don't know very much about him. We talked a lot on the way here. They're kind of like me, and they have a sword that has some symbols.
Another one.
Sorry. I have a question for you. I saw Ingrid's sword the other day. Today. It was this morning, actually. And it had similar designs. It had a part that was wood, a part that was brass, and a part that's silver. Is there another person that I should be looking out for? Because I didn't expect this fucker, but he's here.
Oh, another one of you? Of who?
Yeah. And apparently my sword opens up a well? A well apparently it opens, yeah.
I told you you would have the key for the stone that
Yeah.
you would know it.
It took me a second, but yeah, I did figure it out, but I just don't know what you want me to do with this undeath. Do you want me to solve the problem? Found out that he's been making some weird thing, that it took him 5 years. There's also this weird elf that has purple eyes that's also been, fucking around. His name is Mr. Black. Do you know that name?
No, I do not.
Do you know a pale, purple-eyed elf?
No.
Do you know any fae that could be fucking around down here? Because he feels fae.
It seems like hag magic, but I don't know. For that level of corruption to happen to Bastion, as you said he was, he is the weapon to openly. He was made to protect that garden from Unseelie.
So, if there's a hag, are you familiar with this, with the way down to the Crystal Garden?
Yes.
There's 2 ways. You can either go to the Crystal Garden or some other way. Do you know what's down that road? It was warmer.
That probably was
thing?
A chamber. The chamber of his cultivated dreams. Or...
I believe the word used was mine, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yes. Where dreams were solidified and forged and polished.
Into the wish stones.
From the wish stones. The wish stones happen naturally. But once they get to a certain size, they can be manipulated, shifted into a brighter outcome.
Somebody doesn't want a brighter outcome.
It's also where, most likely, the place where he stores and disposes of the unwanted dreams. Ones of hate, greed, malcontent.
There's a lot of bad stuff happening in the town. I assume maybe they're throwing out the good ones.
I do not know.
What would you like me to do, though? I know that I'm supposed to find this man, but we're still working on that, and we've gotten closer. We found his apartment, and we know he goes by a different name.
You said you saw Bastion.
Yes.
What did he look like?
Well, he kind of looked like a golem, a bit like a stone golem of some sort. I'm trying to roughly remember his picture. I did not write down his description, but
his description is down here.
Oh yes, okay.
Yeah.
He was a bit of like a stone golem with he had some tree stuff on him, like algae of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
Very much looked like that.
Said he was corrupted. That seems to be his normal form, but you said he was corrupted. What did he look like?
He looked like he was covered in spores. I touched him briefly, just like a pat, and when I touched him, I saw what he looked like. You know how when you touch a glamour, it sometimes gets a little weird? It's kind of like that. I touched a glamour, and I got undeath and spores and...
When you went down there, did you see a golden flame?
Did I see a golden flame?
You did. It was inside of...
Yeah, it was there. I don't know if it's real or not, because, well, everything looked real, but it was clearly covered in undeath and spores. And hid. For a reason.
Yeah, it was embedded in his chest.
Yeah. He still had a golden flame.
That means Breverine is still alive.
I just don't know where he is. We're still looking for him. But I met Ivy, Ingrid's granddaughter, and she's nice. I have a lot to say. Didn't actually think it was true, so I may have rocked her world. So, I think there's something weird going on with a person who's running for mayor and this purple-eyed elf who came into town, and when he came into town, everything started going wonky. So he's probably the person we need to be looking at. His name is Mr. Black. If you could... I know that you have no way of contacting
I have no knowledge of Mr. Black. Or a purple-eyed elf. I have never seen one.
I think it is Cruz. I think it is a I think it's also a glamour. I don't think that's what he really looks like. I can't. I think it's something else disguised as a humanoid, because I don't know, something in the back of my mind is telling me that. I mean, I know it's possible. I know that they can sometimes look a little weird, and they may have some off-putting things that aren't quite humanoid. Can't. Nobody knows to look for those things. So when I ask for people if they've noticed anything off about this man, they don't know what to say.
Right. That's how glamours work. They should be almost inconspicuous. What needs to be done is Bastion needs to be released from this corruption. And Braverine has to be found. If somebody is corrupting the Grove, they must be at the heart of it. The only people that can go to the heart of it with a great crystal tree is Braverine and those that control the Golden Flame.
Who else controls the Golden Flame?
I don't know who else controls it. That's who you have to find and defeat.
I pick up my little book that I bought at Ivy's little store, and I'm just going to scan it while I'm talking. Does it talk about who takes care of, like, who besides Bastion would take care of the Golden Flame?
The Golden Flame?
Yeah. I know it's a fan fiction, but...
Yeah. The Golden Flame, when you look through it, it says it's part of the Briganacht. It is the Briganacht. The Golden Flame is his soul. It controls the orchard.
What if he's corrupted? And that's why the orchard's corrupted.
Then you'll have to
a possibility. Okay.
In whatever means needed.
Is there anybody else that want me to ask a question?
It's your thing.
I know, I don't have any other questions to ask her. Nothing that could be, like, super helpful.
Braverine would not do this willingly.
No.
And it seems to be out of control.
I also heard that the wooden siren do you know who that is?
I used to go by that name.
Oh, okay, well, shit. Wish I could have told the bookkeeper, but I will mark down the wooden siren as safe now. Neat. Oh, I know that I was told that you and the Bastion were also the protectors of this place, but...
Yes. Braverine outlined a blueprint, and I made Bastion out of parts of my scale and bark, and a piece of my magic. It is an entity built to protect and help tend to the growth. Braverine is a very small man.
Yeah. Could we free him with, Galen over here helped to kind of heal a witch stone. Could we kind of do that to him as well?
It's possible. I don't know the extent of this corruption.
Oh, it's massive.
I also don't know the origin.
When I sensed it, it was literally every. It only divine death.
Well, the Lantern Festival's coming up soon, so I think we'll ultimately have to have an answer by then. Because I want to say it's just my idea is that it is that mayor wannabe, and he's requested assistance from whoever this Mr. Black is to do his bidding, so that he can get more power and kind of make it look like the current mayor is not really doing anything, because a lot of bad things are happening. So why would you elect a mayor that comes from that same family?
Possible.
But no, that's my idea. So hopefully our friends have talked to this man. I think they were going to talk to him today. Hopefully they got something interesting.
Whatever you do, it needs to be done before the end of Founders Day.
Of course.
Founders Day and that festival, those lanterns are filled with the written desires and wishes. It is when those stones start growing and become the purest and most cultivated.
I hope. We've got like a day until that festival.
Basically a day and a half. Whatever's happening there, if it's affecting wish stones and turning them upside down, you need to ensure that it's done before this happens.
Well, I'll let my friends know that there's a deadline. And, hopefully we're not too late. But I don't have any more questions for you. If you need to get in touch with me, send a messenger, have them go to where I'm staying, and maybe do it that way. I know that things get corrupted there, so maybe just a person.
Yeah, take this.
I take it. What is it?
As she presents to you a seed.
What am I supposed to do with this?
This will allow me to interact with you, even if it's for a small portion of time while you're
Okay,
inside.
I'll put the seed in my armor and then put it on my heart, essentially. Alright. Well, I will, when I figure out who this man is and what we're doing, I'll let you know.
Please.
Of course. Well, I look back to Gallon and Callum. I think we're done here.
Callum does a bow to them.
Galen will nod his head to Sivnu.
Sivnu will nod.
Will we meet again?
Please, be quick.
Of course.
I worry for not just my friend's safety, but also yours.
For sure. I don't want any of my wishes to be corrupted. That would be so bad. But yes,
And she melds back with the tree.
Francis is going to be upset. Upset. I will get on the horse.
And you ride back down. As we head
found something.
back to the last thing that we do tonight.
Yeehaw.
Francis and Akir and Belos and Quill going to go talk to Ardor.
That's the owner of the inn, or not the inn, the tavern, the one that talked to Mr. Black.
The brothel.
The brothel. The gentleman's club. Whatever you want to call
Remember my thought process.
The sex house. Whatever you want to do.
So hold on. So he did have conversation with
Mr. Black.
Mr. Black. All right, yeah, no, that's fine.
So you go there after taking a respite.
I think we go straight there and then take the respite.
You go straight there, then take the respite?
That was a Francis plan.
Okay. So you go straight there. He is not in, but he is walking about town near the middle of the square. Near the official's office. Putting things up, setting things out.
Mm-hmm.
Amongst the public, as banners and a stage seems to be built as you're led towards where they are being.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking to a lot of people, coordinators, and currently smoking a cigar.
How do I want to approach this?
As he's giving out orders, shaking hands, and just having idle conversation with some certain people.
Francis is like he's thinking for a bit because now I have to try and plan how.
He has not yet noticed you.
See, the thing is, so how do I see?
Before you do whatever it is you do, I will grant you my inspiration.
All right, thank you.
My last one, so use it wisely.
Just me personally planning how I want to just approach him. All right. After a moment, Francis, once he's finished talking to someone, Francis kind of like make or approach Ardor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mr. Akir.
Pleasure to see you again.
Good to see you again. So, what can I do for you?
Oh, hello. I mean, I was taken aback. Akir mentioned that he had spoken to you once before, and I was hoping for to speak to you now. If you have some time for for a little bit of a chat. Hopefully, I'm not catching you in a.
Of course. We're just getting some finer details done for the debate and things like that.
I see. What's I'm new to this town, but what's this debate about?
Well, it's about our policies and also how things should be done differently. You know.
Oh, I see.
Politics.
And well, I mean, I'm curious. What things around here do you think need to be done differently?
Well, there should be a rise in not just productivity around here, but like he puts his hand on your back as he leads you out away from other people.
I'll allow him.
Increasing growth for the economy, things like that. We can't just stand idly by. We have to be the forefront. What is it called? A beacon for the future of this country. We are taking strides almost the same amount as the capital in ways of technology, medicine, things of that nature. We have so many talented people. We should be able to bring it all to everyone else. Improve our neighbors.
I see. And I'm guessing you have the ear of several other people here in this town to be able to accommodate these?
I do have some pull with some businesses, as well as having managed my own businesses as well. Mercantile family that I came from.
I can understand that.
But this town has very much been in a large amount of peace. And it has been booming. A lot of our growth, things like that, but we also have to take care about people on the other side. This world is very dangerous.
I would say myself am originally from the now changed name of the once called Newland Bay, and I mean the difference from there to here is staggering.
Yes, this place has always been a beacon of rebirth, as it were. Second chance.
A long time ago, as I understand it, my parents actually spent some time here, and I've only heard stories, but that was a long time ago.
Oh. So.
Yeah.
While they're talking, can I just roll insight on him to see if he's like holding up a facade or?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
There is a lot of truth to what he's saying, but there is other motivations behind that. Like he does want growth. He does want protection for everything. He does want like to ensure the neighbors are also stable as well, but there is a serious thought about like outside invaders.
Mm-hmm. I see. And and I say this only as, someone from, well, what used to be Newland Bay. It's a lot better now, but I grew up there, and I'm pretty sure you've heard bits and pieces of that kind of place that place has been.
I've gone through Newland Bay my fair share as a younger man. It's not what I would call the pinnacle.
Oh, no, by all means. I'm not saying. See, so with my experience there, and politicians, they tend to be a little bit not on the up and up. Is there anything to worry about when it comes to you here? I mean...
Well, seeing from your background and things of that nature, it's very much understandable to be apprehensive.
I'm not trying to imply anything. I hope you don't. I hope you understand that. It's just, everything's so good here, and I'm so used to it not being so good. It's hard to believe that this is... Well, there's not something behind it.
A lot of hard work is behind a lot of these grand growths. But with hard work becomes those that become tired or complacent, those that have not been pulling their weight. So, it's my hope that everyone pulls their own weight and able to contribute fully to the growth of the place.
Francis thinks for a second as he rubs his chin. That's actually pretty well said. I myself have never been afraid of a good hard day's work, and I can understand that. I can understand that.
Yes, but there is some strangeness with this place. Things happen to go up and doesn't seem to fall down, and that can be just as dangerous.
I agree. Too much of anything is a bad thing. Doesn't matter if it's a good thing or not.
The cracks are actually seen on the walls right now, as you've seen probably a rise in illicit activity as well as mishaps, accidents. People are missing.
Francis thinks for a second. I mean, I've only been here for a day or two. I've noticed some things, but I mean, they all just seemed like random accidents.
Yes. Seem random, but could be a indicator of something bigger.
Well, what do you expect that is?
An outside source.
Huh.
An unseen enemy, maybe.
I see. Well, that cause for concern, but it seems like you have ideas for forward. That's interesting.
But ideas are nothing without solid facts.
Actions speak louder than words.
I agree.
Well, I must admit, before you go, obviously you have so much to do. There's an alternate reason. I was interested in what you're planning on pitching, and if I can, I'll debate to hear it forefront. But I had another reason for speaking. If you don't mind me sharing my thought or sharing my a question.
Sure, go ahead.
There's someone I'm looking for. And I've heard that you have spoken to them recently, and I was just wondering if you could tell me anything about that.
Go ahead.
He's a tallish figure, elvish. He goes by the name Mr. Black.
There's... He gets like a little squint. Mr. Black, huh?
Is there something the matter, sir?
Oh, I did meet a fellow named Mr. Black. He's an odd one.
I heard you spoke to him for a little bit. I was curious to know what that conversation entailed.
It's nothing too big. He was just asking about the campaign. Also, just how in general this town has been. The history of it. Gossip. He was quite interested into the Hollows.
The Hollows?
Being part of the founding family. Yes. He was very interested in our fables.
I've been hearing a lot of those around here. They're all very interesting. And can I see the fountain from here?
Yes.
I'll look back. From what I've heard, that she strikes an amazing figure, both figuratively and literally.
Yes. It's a good key portion of this city. Beacon of what it was. But looking to the past doesn't solve the problems of now.
Alright, well, that being said, is that all he asked about? Just confirmation of fables and such?
Little bit of other business and talks of that nature, but nothing too meticulous.
But by any chance, was there a mention? How'd it go? A wisp or a gentleman by the name.
You're breaking up so much.
You broke up so bad.
Hold on.
Francis is just getting distracted.
Alright, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Alright, so, alright, that's all well and good. By any chance, in any part of that conversation, was there any part of it that revolved around the topic of a wisp, or the wisp, or perhaps a gentleman by the name of Robert?
None that I can say.
Well, perhaps lastly then, did he mention if he was going to be talking to anyone else, or if he was had any plans while he was staying here in town?
He said he had some other business at hand. Something he needed to take care of by Founders Day.
By Founders Day. And that's when the debate's going to be taking place, yes?
Yes. That's when our final debate will be.
The final debate. And yes. I'm willing to assume, since everything is so tight-knit, a lot of people will be here on Founders Day watching that debate?
Well, yes, and after the debate, we'll have the Lantern Festival, and then we will announce the election.
The results of the election, you mean?
Yes.
I see. All right, well, thank you so much. Yes. You have yourself a wonderful day.
You too. And he lets you go and walks off to go join his little board of trustees.
Yeah, no, Francis approaches the group again and just kind of like, he keeps an eye on Ardor for a bit and then just kind of thinks, so what do you guys think?
It turns and waves, and like
I'll wave back.
Turns back towards them, and they proceed to leave the area.
Mm-hmm. Francis will look towards Akir and them. So, what impression did that leave on you?
If he's true to his word, then we may have interest in him. That is that part of the reason I'm here is to see possible trade routes with party. If he's interested in outside, trading, whatever influence it has will be beneficial to me and my lord.
Yeah, well, if you have something worth his time, then I'm pretty sure he'll take you up on it. Especially if it's for the betterment of this place. So, that'd be an easy bet. That being said, though, I mean, just considering the situation that we're in.
In the situation we're in, I don't know. I cannot shake it. Something feels wrong. When I watched him, everything he said is somewhat genuine, but hiding still.
All I know is that he's a politician and a businessman. Of course he's hiding something. But that's kind of something usually ends up being something that benefits him. Whether or not it's the situation in this town, what's happening to the town is not to his benefit. So, I'd be willing to...
Let's just talk about this in the next area to prevent eavesdropping.
I agree. But that being said, I'm not sure if... I'll wait. But that being said, it's just... It seems like everyone we're thinking about isn't who we should be thinking about, but are the people we need to talk to when we need to find this Mr. Black.
I know very little about Fae, but I know they are masters of misdirection.
Yeah, and all of this is starting to give me a headache. It's frustrating.
We'll find clues in your other's house.
I believe so. Let's go ahead and get some rest and just...
We go there and rest while you examine the area.
Everybody give me... Akira and Francis, give me perception checks.
It's not great, and I don't have any inspiration. You still have mine, though. You never use it.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that. 16.
Yeah.
You feel a tremble underneath your feet. And, you notice the slight swing of the gaslights.
Francis looks down, because I asked this specifically in the last session when we were down there, and given my base location of where we were once we were traveling downwards into the tunnels, it's, again, thinking about it, it's about the same location as where the bulwark is, right? The bastion.
Mm-hmm.
Francis taps his foot. I have a feeling that Holson leaving this town for this day was probably the worst decision we could have had, or we could have made.
It turns out that way sometimes.
Yeah, because we have nowhere. Because if I had to wager a guess between a mechanical marvel and a bastion, who would win in a fight?
It depends. We do not know what either is capable of.
True. But I can tell you one thing.
But neither is good.
Neither is. But I can tell you one thing. After reading the schematics of that Jabberwock, if it came to blows between our entire group and that thing, I couldn't tell you who could win.
We must remain confident, but not foolishly so. If it turns out that we are needed in combat or problem solving without Holston, we will have to make do.
Agreed. The more information we get while she's gone, the better prepared we'll be. I have a feeling I'll find hopefully something that'll lead me in a direction over at Robert's house. We'll see what happens from there. But Francis looks nervously down in the ground. Let's just hope that it's not what I believe is happening isn't, and we'll go.
If time is of the essence, you may have Bellows scared you.
Francis goes, ha ha ha, I know I'm short.
It's not a short joke, it's a slow statement. You are slower than I in Bellows.
Francis just kind of like stops mid-stride.
You must know that I do not tease or joke. I am a practical thinker.
Francis just kind of raises both hands up. I get it. I'll do a light jog next to you. Let's go.
Ready?
It's not an insulted look. It's a defeated look because he knows.
Mm-hmm. And I guess we do a light jog, or Francis does a light jog over to Robert's house.
I just start power walking.
As you head towards Robert's house, and that's where we'll end.
Mm-hmm.